Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is Sean Silvas live inside of the Sapulpa High School Gymnasium, where the Guthrie Bluejays are competing at the district duels here on this Wednesday afternoon. This event got postponed. It was supposed to be wrestled last Tuesday, but weather kept everyone away, so we're back up here today. And we're going to see which team comes out on top. And the best team here will go to the dual state tournament here in a few weeks. Chris Evans pops a nice little note here, said this is the Chieftain Center. Thanks for that, Chris. And now we are gonna, the way this duel is going to work now, each one of these teams will duel against each other like a traditional duel, but it would work more like a bracket. So if Guthrie wins each one of their duels, they will win the tournament. And if they win the tournament, they will move on to the dual state tournament. So even if athletes lose a match, they will just continue to wrestle every single time. So it's sort of a dual tournament, but not a normal individual tournament. So anyway, a little bit confusing on that, but basically we're just going to wrestle the duel. If Guthrie wins the duel, we will advance and go from there. Now, the first duel tonight, or I guess this afternoon, Guthrie is going to be taking on the Pryor Tigers. And we're going to kick things off here at 106 pounds. The Tigers are going to roll out Jordan Taylor. And the Blue Jays, looks like they're going to be bringing out newcomer Joel Landry. Get his first varsity match today. After they get everything ironed out, we'll get things started. Now, there's going to be a duel where our camera is facing. It's the match to my left, and on to the right, there's another mat where there's another duel going to be going on. And then there's several teams here that are going to be dueling each other, throughout this afternoon. And like say, the last two teams standing will do the final duel, and then the best team wins and advances on to the dual state championship tournament, which is in 2 weeks. So 2 weekends from now. So looks like we are fixing to get things started. Joel Landry for the Blue Jays. Going to be taking on Jordan Taylor of the Tigers. And again, we are live inside of the Chieftain Gym. Double A takedown into a headlock here for Jordan Taylor. Landry did a good job staying off his back there as he's trying to build his base. Now flipped over to his back, rolls through. Trying to come out the backside. He's avoiding near fall. Good job by Landry here. Being flexible and wrestling hard. As Taylor gets too high now, Landry, with his flexibility, making it tough. Picks up an escape here. Going to score 2-1. Both guys tying up now. Pass by attempt. To his back, that's going to be a near fall. 2 more takedowns for Taylor. Only got 4 count on the near fall, so that's going to be 2 more points for near fall. Going to score 6-1. Going for a cradle now here. Taylor on the outside. Landry's trying to fight hands. Fighting hands here, and again, using that flexibility, making it difficult for Taylor to score. Very impressive here by this newcomer, just being difficult to deal with, using what tools he has. Fighting the hands, did a good job there. Taylor trying to stay on top here. Looks like he's going to try to put a leg in. And Landry's weaseling his way back out again. Now he's got an inside cradle attempt. He's going to walk that foot up over his head. This is going to get tight, but we're down under 5 seconds now. Going for more near fall. Landry's got to fight tough here. That's going to be time. He's going to pick up 3 more near fall. Current score 9-1 as we go into the second period. Guthrie's choice, they deferred. So now Pryor's going to go down. And Jordan Taylor of Pryor up 9-1 over Joel Landry of Guthrie. It's going to be a caution for the top man. As we're back to action here in the second, Landry drops down on the single leg, trying to keep control here. Taylor popped to his feet quick, but Landry did a good job dropping down to that leg. A lot to hang on here. You know, for 106 pounds, Taylor's got quite the size on Landry as he earns an escape here. 10-1's the score. Going for a headlock here. Big headlock attempt. Landry again using that flexibility. Gets 2 more takedown. Does Taylor. Landry fighting hard here to stay off the fall, but now Taylor finally gets that thing cinched up and picks up 6 points for his team. That's going to put the Pryor Tigers out 6-0 in front to start this duel. Remember the duel score. The duel score is what matters here. 112 pounds for Pryor. They're going to march out Wyatt Burton. Blue Jays are going to march out Caden Herendeen. Coach is discussing something over here on the corner as we start action here. Caden Herendeen, state champion last year at 106 for the Blue Jays. Currently in his junior season. Fix this graphic up top. Caden Herendeen, not Caden Hall. Caden Herendeen for the Blue Jays. Caden in on a single leg here. Switches off to a double. Heavy hips by Burton from Pryor. Had that neck involved, forcing Herendeen to let go of that shot. In on a high C on the outside. Pulls it to a single leg for 2 points. Puts the Blue Jays out on top here, this 113-pound matchup. Herendeen's got a chicken wing locked up now. Bar arm and a chicken wing on the far side. Running it over the head. He's got this hooked up tight. Burton doing a good job fighting. Very flexible on his neck. Herendeen's running it right over his head. Herendeen was able to pick up 2 near fall. But that was it. Burton did a nice job fighting that. Herendeen back on that same chicken wing. Bar arm chicken wing. Running it out now. He's got a half now on the far side. Holding that head in place. Transitions the chicken wing, jumps over to the other side. Now he's got a deep, deep half. It's a bar arm half, and this is tight, folks. Herendeen's got this locked up tight. Burton's in trouble here. That's 6 points for the Blue Jays. Caden Herendeen with the fall. Blue Jays answer right back, 6 more team points. It's going to tie the duel up here. Moving on to 120 pounds. Trace Ragsdale for Pryor is going to be taking on Matt Gyrus. Matt, also a junior, down at 120 pounds, has really came on strong for the Blue Jays. Had a great season moving forward. Really excited to see what he will do in the postseason. Current score for the duel is 6-6. 2 falls, 1 for Pryor, 1 for Blue Jays. We are to action here as we get started in this 120-pound matchup. Heavy collar tie there by Matt Gyrus. Wrist control collar tie. Little hand fighting going on by both guys. Similar stance, similar style it looks like. Ragsdale wanting to fight hands, square stance. Double leg attempt by Gyrus. Ragsdale has a front headlock. Trying to cut the corner. I thought he was going to throw that by, but now he's locking up a snake, it looks like. Oh, dresser dump's what he's looking for. Looks like he's pretty savvy out of this front headlock. Gyrus doing a good job controlling that inside elbow, making it hard for Ragsdale to score with anything. Now got a Russian 2-on-1. Outside ankle pick. Nice job, Matt Gyrus with a low-level ankle pick. 2 points, Matt Gyrus. Great transition there for Matt Gyrus off of that Russian tie. Drops down to an ankle pick, turns it into a low-level single, cuts the double and gets 2. Wrestle out of bounds here. 52 seconds left on the clock. We'll call it 51 and catch up with the in-house score clock. 2-0, Matt Gyrus over Trace Ragsdale. Back to action here in the first period. Gyrus floating on top. Ragsdale gets right to his feet. Ragsdale back to his feet again. Gyrus returns. He'd like to get him broke down and maybe get a leg in and get to work, but Ragsdale doing a good job staying to his feet and fighting hands. It's going to be 1 point escape for Ragsdale. Now under 30 seconds to go in the first period. A lot of action, a lot of good wrestling so far. Gyrus back on that heavy collar tie. He's got it inside wrist control. He's going to pass by into that Russian. Remember, he scored here earlier with that ankle pick. Went for it again there, but missed. Ragsdale now in a cow catcher position. Gyrus controlling that elbow as we run out of time in the first period. Current score 2-1. Matt Gyrus of the Guthrie Bluejays leading Trace Ragsdale of the Tigers. Ragsdale's choice. He's going to go down. Matt Gyrus back on top. Back to action here. Gyrus now able to keep Ragsdale broke down. First period, Ragsdale did a good job getting to his feet, but now he's stuck here on bottom. Gyrus trying to get a leg in. Ragsdale doing what he can to keep it out. Kind of fighting just for a position here, really, more than anything. Both guys understand what the other guy's trying to do, so they're just battling for this position, but now Gyrus went for a half and ends up with a bar arm. Now he's got his leg in. Now he's got both boots in. Good position here for Matt Gyrus. Not looking so good for Trace Ragsdale. Gyrus is going to walk this half up if he can get it. Keeping him bellied out and keeping him flattened. Ragsdale do a nice sit out, though. Gets both legs out. Just a quick little hustle move there. Able to sit out, get both legs out. Now he's getting himself into a better position, but Gyrus clinging on top. Staying tough on top. We're down under a minute now. Actually, we're under 50 seconds. Gyrus now looking for, he's trying to pull this back and get some near fall. He's got the half. He's picking up near fall. This is big for Matt Gyrus. He's got 2 points for near fall. But he could get more if he gets him back. And now he's got both these legs split in the grapevine. And Ragsdale did a good job fighting off his back here. Matt Gyrus doing everything right, but Ragsdale is just a fighter down here. But going back for more near falls, Matt Gyrus. This is going to be a 3-point now. So Gyrus' 2 points has turned into 3 points on top. But now Gyrus is going for the fall. Team wants the fall for sure. We're under 5 seconds. Under 5 seconds here. Gyrus is trying to pick up the fall. Not sure if he's going to get it. No fall, but he does pick up 3 points for near fall. It's going to bump his score 5-1. as we go into the third period. What an exciting second period. Matt Gyrus did a good job floating on top, just taking what he could get. Trace Ragsdale, very crafty on bottom. Gyrus able to pick up the near fall. It's going to be Gyrus' choice in the third. He's going to pick neutral. Current score 5-1. Matt Gyrus of the Blue Jays over Trace Ragsdale of Pryor. Snap down here by Gyrus. Big blow through double for two. Nice snap down blow through double. Matt Gyrus is getting better and better every time we watch him wrestle. Very nicely done. Looks like that second period really wore on Trace Ragsdale. Now there's a deep half by Matt Gyrus. No legs and just a deep, deep half. Ragsdale definitely wore out from fighting off his back at the end of the second period. Gyrus now really putting it on him here. Got him pulled over now into near fall. Just kind of in more of just a crab ride and just jerked him over. Doesn't really have legs in, but I guess he does now. He's got 3 more near fall picked up. Look for him to try to transition into that half and crawl back on top. This is kind of how he scored and nearly had the pin in the second. Gyrus really working hard here to make this happen. He's got 3 near fall. Referee ought to reward him here. There they are. 3 more near fall for Gyrus. That's going to put the score 10-0. We're down into 35 seconds left to wrestle. Coaches are really wanting Gyrus to get a Ragsdale's, making it very difficult. Gyrus so far has the major decision sealed up. He's up 9 points. It's going to give his team 4 additional points for the win by major decision. Gyrus really trying to get some more near fall. Ragsdale's doing what he can to hang on here as we conclude the third period. Matthew Gyrus picks up 4 more points for the Blue Jays with his win. That's going to bump the Guthrie Blue Jays 10-6 over the Pryor Tigers. Big win there by Matt Gyrus, looking as good as ever. Been very impressed with the way Matt Gyrus has been wrestling this year so far. Nothing but good thing to say about him. Up next, 126, we've got Lane Young of the Pryor Tigers is going to take on Dax Lopez of the Blue Jays. As we work towards this dual championship, Guthrie Blue Jays currently up 10-6. As we start the first period here. Dax Lopez in his nearly third week down at 126 has had a lot of success. Seems like he's got a good weight here. Nice high crotch here. Cut to a double. Going to pick up 2 points. Nicely done there by Dax Lopez. Now he's going to go to work on top. Heavy pressure here with a big half. Big power half here. Dax Lopez, left arm club on top. Really trying to pry up that half. He's got the barm. He's got the half. He's got the elbow position. Now he's going to try to run it more into a snake. Lane Young did a good job here fighting that off. Dax Lopez, though, just transitions back to the other side, gets right back to work on top. A lot of pressure here on top. Back on that same heavy club with his left hand. He's going to try for that half again. Now the elbow's high. He's got his head behind it. Lopez now driving this half over tight. Still no points, but Lopez has got what he needs. Heavy wing down attempt by Young. Nicely done by Young on bottom. Lopez had everything he needed to score here. But now the outside half stack. Lopez has got this sealed up. This isn't just near fall. Lopez could get a fall here. He's going heavy for the pin. If he can sit out on this is going to be trouble for Young. But, man, Young did a good job fighting that off. Lopez picks up the near fall. That's going to be 5-0. Back on another half. Lopez relentless on top. Just from one transition to another. Lopez really looking heavy here. Really looking hard for the fall. We're down under 5 seconds now. Looks like we're going to end the first period with Dax Lopez of the Guthrie Bluejays leading Lane Young of the Tigers 5-0. It's going to be Lopez's choice. In the second, he's going to pick bottom. And now Lane Young is going to choose to let Lopez let him up. They're going to start in neutral, but Lopez will earn a point for that. Curious as to why Pryor chose to do that, but perhaps Lane Young's pretty dangerous maybe on his feet here for a 5-point. Not sure, but see how this plays out. Lopez with a heavy collar tie. Doing a good job moving his hands here, working that head. Out of the front headlock. Young was trying to tip over. Lopez passes it by and steps out. Trying to cut the corner and get behind. Lane Young did a good job staying heavy on that arm, but Dax Lopez ultimately prevails here for 2 more points for another takedown. That's 8-0 for Dax Lopez. Lopez in the first period was just relentless on top. Just one side to the other, back and forth. Did a good job trying to find ways to score, trying to find ways to pin. Lane Young not yet having an answer for Lopez. Another outside half stack. They're going to get called out of bounds before any points are scored. 44 seconds on the clock in the second period. Dax Lopez leading Lane Young 8-0. Duel score 10-6. Guthrie is out on top as of 126 pound. It's been all Dax Lopez so far. 2 takedowns, several near fall. Now he's got him broke down, going back to work, power half. Heavy club to a power half, and he's actually had more luck with this outside hack staff. And there it was, but a big change of events here for Young. Lopez, though, rolls back through. What a sequence here. What a sequence. No change in score. No change in score. Or maybe there was. The referee went 2-2. No near fall. So current score 10-2 as we approach the third period. But Lane Young from his back rolled Lopez to his back. Lopez went from his back and got reversal. Exciting little exchange there. So Lopez found himself in a little bit of trouble as Lane Young has proven to be dangerous from his back. Back on our feet here in the third. Lane Young now in on a high crotch of his own. Lopez with a heavy hip. Big sprawl. He's cutting the corner. Lane Young's trying to keep that leg, trying to stay square, but Lopez trying to get behind and gets 2 more. It's going to be put Lopez 12-2. Going to put him out front here. Lopez currently in bonus territory as he has a major decision points lead as of now. Going right back to this outside half stack. Now he's just got a straight bar arm and half. But boy, Lane Young with that heavy wing down is what he scored with earlier. Now he's rolling through. Dangerous on bottom with plenty of gas left in the tank. Lane Young doing a good job off bottom here, making Dax Lopez work for everything he's trying to get. Spins out front. Lopez in on a double leg here. He's going to try a neck whip. He's got him over. This is not good for Lopez. Neck whip is a tight position. With the fall. This whole match was Dax Lopez the whole match, Dax Lopez. And out of nowhere, Lane Young picks up a much-needed fall. Huge team point victory. Huge swing for Pryor. As Lane Young, dangerous from bottom, finds a way to get it done against Dax Lopez. Puts the Tigers up 12-10. Huge upset win there for Pryor. Moving on now to 132 pounds. Bodie Elam for Pryor, taking on Luke Lyons of the Blue Jays. Lopez staying heavy on the head here. Lyons staying heavy on that head, trying to attack. Doing a good job here. Elam in on an outside single leg. Lyons got the key lock in the head down. He's got the far arm now. Got his leg out. Going to spin around for two here. Luke Lyons on top here going to work. Dragging his opponent back in here, trying to lock up this chicken wing, it looks like. Pulling him back in as Pryor's trying to crawl out of bounds. Lyons really doing a good job keeping him in bounds. Bodie Elam trying to get a fresh start. Luke Lyons said, I'd rather keep you out here on the mat where I can score some points. Down under 40 seconds here. Luke Lyons now's got a crossface, looking for a crossface cradle. Doesn't quite got it locked up, but he's running hard for it. Luke Lyons out of the gate today, aggressive with a lot of head movement, gets a nice takedown. Now he's trying to run this little 2-on-1 cross arm dump. If he can get it over, he can get some near fall here. In sort of an odd comment I'm fixing to make, Pryor is actually doing a good job off of their back. They're being very dangerous on bottom and in near fall positions, which is normally not a good place to be. Pryor is being very dangerous from there. We learned that in the last match, and even the one before it. They're being very crafty in what should be dominant positions for Guthrie. Double leg attempt here. Luke Lyons, nice job. Picks up two more. Going to put Luke Lyons up 4-0 as Bodie Elam gets out of bounds in the second period. Minute 39 seconds to go. So far, all Luke Lyons. Lyons got him broke down here, trying to trap some more bar arms. He's got an inside bar arm on one side. Don't know if he's going to go for a half or maybe a chicken wing. Looks like he's going to go back to that 2-on-1 where he scored with earlier. Cross arm dump here on the inside and the outside. Elam gets back to his feet. Lyons tackles those legs back down. Gets back to work on top. They're going to stop there on the edge. Get a fresh start here in the middle. Down to 1 minute and 5 seconds in the second period. Pryor, after that last win, got themselves back in front of the Blue Jays. Team score 12-0. Luke Lyons with a chicken wing now. He's got Elam on his back. Like I said earlier, Pryor is doing a good job on their back, which is an odd thing to say, but it's been difficult to get near fall, and it's been difficult to keep them there. They're scrambling from their back and putting Blue Jays in trouble, which is odd. You don't normally see that, but it's been effective for him so far. Lions was able to pick up 2 more near fall before Elam got the escape. So current score 6-1. Elam in on a shot. Lions block sprawls, goes behind, ends up gathering legs, gets 2 more for the takedown. 8-1. Luke Lions out front here. 15 seconds to go in the second period. Here at these Sapulpa District duels. A lot of action so far inside the Chieftain Center. Several back and forth matches here as we conclude the second period. Luke Lions of the Blue Jays out in front of Bodie Elam of the Tigers, 8-1. Neutral is the choice. It's Luke Lions back on the head. I've been excited to see how much Luke's been using his hands. He's been hand fighting a lot better, pulling down on that head. It's setting up his offense, and his offense is what he has been holding back on. Last couple of weeks we've seen Luke open up on his offense, and he's seen success since doing that. Here we see Luke in again on another shot. They go out of bounds, but 4th or 5th leg attempt here. Luke scored 2 or 3 takedowns now so far. The more of this we see out of Luke Lions, the better. Pulling the head, big double leg here. Nice, easy takedown with that motion. Puts Lions out 10-1. Been happy to see such a good offense from Luke Lions these last couple of weeks. We really saw in that homecoming duel against Blackwell, and then he brought that into the tournament the last couple of weekends, and we're seeing a lot more of that here. Luke Lions is really starting to come into his own here. Grinding hard on top. Approaching the 1-minute mark of the third period. Elam trying to get out of bounds again. Just wrestling here on the edge. Not a lot of action so far. Lions trying to trap up that arm and see if he can get some more near fall. Turns him back in. Now Elam's going to have a long way to go here if he wants to get out of bounds and get a fresh start. Lions really grinding on that inside bar arm, really trying to secure that, see if he can get another near fall attempt. But again, Pryor doing a good job on bottom, making it difficult to score on them from here. They've been very dangerous from this bottom position and even off of their backs, which is odd, but it's been effective. Looks like Lions is going to be happy to just ride this out here, get a major decision win for his team. It's going to be 10-1. Luke Lions over Bodie Elam. That's going to be 4 more points for the Blue Jays. It's going to put them back on top. 14-12 current team score. Luke Lions puts the Blue Jays back on top. Next matchup is going to be 138 pounds. Looks like Clayton Carey's going to go out for the Blue Jays. Clayton, one of the freshmen that has really just turned into quite the spectacular wrestler here for the Blue Jays. Greg Jefferson. For Pryor. Jefferson's got double overs and acting like he knows what he wants to do with that. He could go salto and get a big 5 or a fall. Clayton Carey wise to pull those hands out and get out. Now he's getting to work with his hands is what we want to see. Jefferson tying wrists now. Carey doing a good job staying head-to-head, hand fighting inside. In on a big double leg here. On the edge now, he goes back to a single. Wisely, double leg would have pushed him out of bounds, so Carey stops with the single so he can get back inside. Jefferson now, again, Jefferson's going big on a throw here. Acts like he knows what he wants to do with it as they step out of bounds with 54 seconds left to go. Jefferson acting like he's going to be dangerous in these throws. Clayton Carey doing a good job just staying back and being smart. Still 0-0 in the first period. Jefferson tying up wrists, doing a good job. Clayton Carey now with an underhook. Went for a little high crotch knee pull there. Jefferson did a good job just shutting that down. Again, the double leg pulls back to the single. We've got 18 seconds to go in the first. That's 2 double legs that Clayton Carey's turned into a single leg just right on the edge. Didn't score yet. Jefferson's looking for that knee pull. Did a good job setting that one up. Carey with a heavy hip. What a heavy hip there by Carey. Did a good job stopping that shot. Jefferson did a good job setting that up off of that little elbow tie. Current score 0-0. Jefferson's going to go down. On the whistle, Jefferson does nothing. Clayton Carey happy to break him down to his belly as he'll go to work on top, working on this chicken wing. Running ahead here as he sits up again. Pryor on bottom with these chicken wings. He's rolling through now for what a crafty little scramble here. He picks up 2 near fall. Jefferson got a reversal. Now he's got 2 near fall. Crafty on bottom. Crafty on bottom is Pryor. Seems like they know exactly how they want to fight these chicken wings, and they're doing a good job with it. Clayton Carey now in on another high crotch. Jefferson heavy with these hips. Out of bounds we go. An eventful second period. We've got 56 seconds to go in the second period. Greg Jefferson of Pryor currently over Clayton Carey. Clayton Carey in on another single leg now. He's been here 3 times. Has yet to finish. Now he's up over top. Look for Jefferson with a big whizzer. 2-point takedown. That's a big takedown on the edge for Clayton Carey. Nicely done. Clayton Carey coming out with fresh legs. Look like Greg Jefferson's looking a little bit tired. Perhaps that can work toward Clayton Carey's favor. I'd hate to say it, but I would not think a chicken wing would be advisable here. These guys have been so good on bottom. Seems like every time we try to tie up arms or go for chicken wings, they get reversals or put us on our back. Clayton Carey now just going for a crossface, far arm. Going to go for a crossface cradle here. Stands up with it. Jefferson's going to pick up 1. It's going to put him up 5-3. In for a fireman's carry as they go out of bounds. Crafty. Pryor with a very unique, crafty style. Seems to be giving the Guthrie Bluejays problems with just this different style of wrestling. We haven't really seen anything like this before. The Blue Jays going to the positions they want to be in, attacking the offense they want to attack, and it seems to be playing right into what Pryor's trying to do. Pryor's just waiting for Guthrie to kind of walk into these little traps. Going for a cradle. Carey did a good job blocking that. Carey now down 4-5. He's within 1. He's going to have to make something happen here. Jefferson again being crafty with these little ties. Carey with an underhook. They clear back out. Look for Carey to get back on that double that turns into a single. He's had some luck getting in on that, and he scored with it earlier. But same knee pull that Jefferson scored with, he's been in on twice as well. Minute 20 seconds to go. Clayton Carey trails Greg Jefferson 4-5. He's going to have to get a takedown here if he wants to stay in this match.
Go get your shot. On the mat. Only one.
Jefferson with heavy hips.
Keep chasing him. Push it. Go get it.
Jefferson looks to have found his win. He's back in this match, wrestling hard. It's like he's given the underhook to Carey so he can get the overhook. And then he grabs that arm, and it's just like almost like a stalemate tactic. He just kind of ties him up and keeps him from being able to shoot, which I think he'd be happy to do, just staying in this 1 point. You know, being able to keep him in this 1 point deficit is working to his favor. There's 32 seconds left to go on the clock. Clayton Carey's got to make something happen, but he's got to stay out of this underhook. He's getting the underhook, but Jefferson likes the overhook, and he's using that to just shut him down. And that's exactly what's happening here is Carey's just getting shut down. Jefferson's got the inside head position, the overhook, the clamp down, and that's just making it difficult for Carey to make anything happen. Carey now chasing Jefferson. He's got the double leg he needs. He's going to have to score here. Trying to force that. Jefferson gets the win over Clayton Carey. It's going to be 3 more points for Pryor. In a close duel, that's going to put them back on top, 15-14. As we move into the 144-pound matchup. Caden Rice wrestling for Pryor here against Robert Brown. Gets a takedown. Going to work on top with his chicken wing. Not much of a scouting report on Robert Brown, other than I believe he was a state qualifier last year for Will Rogers. So no stranger to wrestling for sure. Gets out on top here 2-0, running this chicken wing like he knows what he's doing. Trying to drag him back in bounds here. Caden Rice for the Tigers, stuck down here on bottom, stuck on the edge. You're going to call him out of bounds. 25 seconds left to go. Referee going to give him a fresh start here. Back to action in the first. Up and out he goes. Caden Rice with an escape. It's going to make the score 2-1. Robert Brown of the Blue Jays still on top. Short little pass by attempt there by Rice. Looks like these guys are going to dance out. Nope, big double leg attempt here on the end. See if he can get it before the score runs out, but no. Fourth time was out on a big double leg. Going into the second period. Robert Brown of the Blue Jays up 2-1 over Caden Rice of the Tigers. Up quick on his feet. Did a good job getting to his feet, but Caden Rice did a good job getting him back to the mat. Now he's got his own chicken wing tied up. And Caden Rice going to work on top. Big escape here for Brown. Puts him up 3-1. Did a good job staying busy. Staying busy and staying patient. Earned him that escape. Kind of a low-level outside single attempt there. Got in deep enough, but came up a little short. Now they're back ear-to-ear collar ties here. Double leg attempt. Back in on another double leg. Referee calls him out of bounds. Referee calls him out of bounds before he turned him back in. Guthrie fans not happy about that call for sure. Big 2 points were needed there. Robert Brown was not able to wrestle or practice or really compete at all in the first semester, so he's just getting his wrestling legs under him. I'm not sure what kind of shape he's in. I know he's out here ready to compete, but perhaps as this match wears on, he could fade some. Not sure, just speculating here. Big snake attempt here. Good sprawl. He's got that hooked up now. Golly, Pryor so good on their back. Not something I think I've ever said before, but good night. These guys are good on their back. Crafty off bottom, crafty on their backs. Brown was able to pick up 2 more points for the takedown, but no near fall off of a snake, which is normally a for sure pin. Guthrie not even able to pick up near fall there. Caden Rice did a good job fighting off his back. To his feet quick. Sweep back to his belly. Tripod position here. Brown hanging heavy out front. Rice tried the knee slide, but got stuck there. Back to his feet again. Hip heist in, gets out and gets one. Current score, 5-2. Robert Brown of the Blue Jays currently over Caden Rice of the Tigers. Pretty good matchup here, back and forth. Pass by attempt here by Brown. Nice outside single attempt. He's tried this twice, but that's his best effort so far. Nice little outside single, picks up 2 more, puts Robert Brown out 7-1 over Caden Rice. Getting back to work on that chicken wing. And again, I don't know how smart it is for Guthrie to keep trying to run these chicken wings. Normally I'd say get after it, but Pryor doing such a good job on bottom. When Guthrie's trying to do these turns, they're crafting their way back on top somehow. Brown now got a leg in. Working for a half on the right side. Running down under 35 seconds to go in the third period. Coaches are looking for a turn. If they can get a turn, it'll be a bonus win for the Blue Jays, which in a duel that's been as back and forth as this one, that could be huge. Bonus wins can equal, they can make the difference in a match here. But so far, Caden Rice doing what he can to keep that from happening. There's a 2 points. He's got near fall. It's going to be 2 more points. 9-2 is not going to be enough. 9-2 is not going to be enough for bonus, but that is going to be enough to put the Blue Jays back on top. 17-15 as we move into the 152-pound. I'm sorry, the 150-pound weight, where Roston Usselton of the Blue Jays is going to be taking on Xander Kelso. Again, this overhook position, we saw it in the Cade Carey match, but Guthrie likes to run underhooks, and it looks like Pryor likes to run overhooks, which is kind of a clash in style, kind of an interesting matchup. Reversal not a reversal, but a takedown into a cradle here. Usselton finds himself in a 5-point deficit to start this match. Near fall is going to be rewarded. It's going to put Kelso up 5-0 over Usselton. Roston back to his feet, does a good job there. Kelso with a big lift, puts Usselton back down. Kelso now puts a leg in. He's getting high here. Choosing to go cross body. And now he's transitioned back to figure four. Usselton stuck on bottom. Probably won't go anywhere till he gets his leg out, which he has now. He got his leg out now. He can start to work up. Back to his feet. Good job by Usselton. Staying in this match, making it hard on Kelso. Usselton's going to keep coming up. Peeling hands. Kelso brings him down, but Usselton gets right back up and gets away. Nice job by Roston Usselton. Big headlock by Kelso. 2 more takedown. This is not looking good for Roston. We're down short on time. We're down under 10 seconds. Roston's got to fight hard here to stay off his back. We're down under 5 seconds now. Roston's got to stay up here. Kelso picks up 5 more points. It's going to put him up 10-1 as we go into the second period. Well, Roston did a good job on bottom there. He kept coming up, and finally, Kelso just had enough of it and let him go, which is exactly what you're supposed to do on bottom down there. He just turned around. With these overhooks that Pryor's running, makes me think they throw very well. They're running these overhooks. You saw that big headlock. The last couple of matches, we've seen these guys with these overhooks really trying to do some trips, some big 5-point throws. Again, just dangerous. It's like what Guthrie does well, Pryor does well on the opposite side. Like we run underhooks, they run overhooks, they counter well. We run chicken wings, they counter chicken wings well. It's like part of their offense is our offense plays right into. Kelso up and squares away. Technically, Usselton's still on top. So he's trying to finish this single leg. Technically, he's on top. Just trying to hang on here. Hopefully get a stalemate or end up back on top. But Kelso with a big, heavy crossface. Aggressive crossface. Lucky for Roston, he's as tough as they come, because Kelso not being generous with those crossfaces. Roston, though, trying to finish big on this double leg just to keep his position on top. Trying for a big lift. Kelso back down. Roston does a good job keeping him down there. Man, Kelso did everything he could to square up, everything he could to get away, everything he could to reverse. And Roston just tough on top, able to keep this position. Down under a minute now. Kelso just with a big back for this neck whip. We saw it earlier, folks. That's 2 reversal. This neck whip is a tough position to get out of. It's almost always a surefire pin. Roston's got to peel that hand that's over his chin. He's got to get that hand peeled off. Not going to happen as Kelso picks up a fall. Not good for Guthrie. That's 6 more points for Pryor. It's going to put them back on top 21-17. Guthrie's winning more matches than Pryor, but Pryor winning bigger than Guthrie. So Pryor's doing a good job picking up big-time bonus. Wyatt Silva's here for the Blue Jays at 157, taking on Xander Both wrestlers feeling each other out here. In on a double leg here. Caden Rice of Pryor takes down Wyatt Silvas of the Blue Jays. Silva's doing a good job riding on top here. Pryor doing a good job on bottom, coming to his feet. Grant trying for the half on top here. Silva's doing a good job pushing that far leg. He's got to keep pushing that far leg so Grant can't walk around the front. Grant doing what he can. He's trying to hop over, but Silvas does a nice job fighting that off. Folks still running through some technical difficulties here. I apologize for the score clock, but Silvas gets a reversal here. Picks up 2 points. Currently down 2-5, but trying to make a comeback here. Trying to get a half of his own. Going aggressive here on top. Really grinding out that half on top. Silva's trying to win this match. with the escape there. It's going to put him up 6-2, but Wyatt Silva's trying to make a match there at the end. Did a good job getting the reversal, trying to get that turn on top. It's going to put 3 more on the board for Pryor. Three more on the board for Pryor. He's going to bump that team score up 24-17. Again, Guthrie seems to have won more matches, but seems like every time Pryor wins, it's big wins. Now that last win was just a 3-point, which is good for Guthrie. Now bringing out junior Bryson Hall. Bryson doing a good job pulling that head down. Now he's got his underhook. Pryor done a good job all night wrestling out of those underhooks. Seems like they like that. Seems like they like the overhook position. All doing a good job staying active with his hands, not hanging in those ties. Sort of how you deal with that. If they clamp the overhook, you just got to get rid of it. Now he's going into a Russian tie. But now back to hand control. Pryor doing a good job controlling hands today as well. Nice shot here. Bryson Hall in for 2. Picks up 2 points. And we're going to go back to center here. Folks, as soon as I get the bugs worked out of the scoreboard, I'll get that put back up for you. But currently, Bryson Hall of the Blue Jays up 2-0 over Kendall Kelley of Pryor. "20 seconds left in the first period. Bryson Hall in control here on top. Kelley trying to base back up, but Hall trying to break him back down. Working these inside bar arms. It's going to conclude the first period. Bryson Hall out front, 2-0 over Kendall Kelley. Back on their feet, we start the second period. Bryson Hall currently out front of Kendall Kelley. Got kind of a modified Russian tie here. Kelley had a hold of the head, in on a double leg now. Normally it's 2 feet out of bounds. Hall still had 1 foot in bounds when the referee blew the whistle. Perhaps just a potentially danger with him on his feet. Didn't want him to go out of bounds there. But Bryson Hall was in on a nice deep double. Already got 1 takedown of his own. Hall back in with an underhook on the left side. Double leg attempt again. Gets another one. Bryson Hall picks up 2 more takedown. 2 more points for the takedown. He's going back to work here on top. Currently up 4-0. Under a minute to go in the second period. Now he's got a leg in. He's going to run figure 4 here, looking for a Turk. If he can hip that leg over and get that crossface, he'll run that over and try to get some near fall. Kelley doing a good job here fighting that hand, but eating some crossface for his trouble. There's the crossface. There's the near fall for the Turk. So 5 counts going to earn Bryson Hall 3 more points. It's going to put him up 8-0 over Kendall Kelley. Got a cross face forearm. No points there, but definitely aggressive with it. End of the second period. It's going to be Kendall Kelley's choice. He takes neutral. Bryson Hall currently up 8-0. Now look for him. Look for Kendall to throw something here. We've seen how crafty Pryor has been. A lot of these neck whips, these little snakes, these things like that. Look for him to try something like that. But Bryson Hall said not today. Nice little knee pull outside single. Comes up with 2 more takedown. That's going to put him up 10-0 with 1 minute and 38 seconds left to go in the third period. Bryson Hall in bonus point territory. Really with the change of events here with these big pins that Pryor's had, Guthrie's going to need some bigger bonus points than just this major. So look for Bryson Hall to be looking for a fall or looking for a tech fall, as they're going to need some points here. There's a nice little bar arm there as he's going to run for the half. Now Bryson Hall's going to try to get the pin here. Kendall's pushing on the inside thigh. Hall did a good job walking that arm up. Kendall's pushing that inside thigh, which is going to make it hard for Hall to get his hips down. Rolling back through again. These guys are so good on their backs. It's odd for me to say this, but they're good off their back. They're pushing the hip. If you see the far arm of Kendall, he's pushing that hip of Hall. But Hall worked for that fall and gets 6 more points for the Blue Jays. Nicely done and much needed. As the Blue Jays work their way closer to Pryor within a point now. Pryor's still up 24-23 over the Blue Jays, but a big 6 points for Guthrie as Bryson Hall does what he can. He does all that he can to get his Blue Jays back in this duel. Tyler Gettings of the Blue Jays, 175 pounds, taking on Cade Edmonds. Cade Edmonds of Pryor. Gettings placed 5th last weekend at the Tough Yukon tournament. We had several guys get on the podium there. Tyler Gettings was one of them. Bryson Hall, who just wrestled, made the finals, took 2nd place. Did a nice job. Caden Herndon, we watched him wrestle at 113 pounds. Ended up in 3rd place. Tyler in 5th. As he's out here competing today. Minute and 30 to go in the first, still 0-0. These guys feeling each other out. Tyler loves that knee down crouch position. He'll usually blow into a double leg from there, come up with a single or hit some ankles. From the collar tie here, as they work out of bounds with a minute to go in the first. Looks like we got our score clock back and going, folks. I'll catch up on the time when we go into the second period. Currently 0-0. That's Tyler Gettings of Guthrie taking on Kendall Kelley. Kelley in on a high crotch here, sets Gettings to his butt. No 2 points yet. Gettings doing a good job holding on here, but he's got to be careful that he doesn't go to his back. He's just waiting for that crafty here. That's going to be 2-point takedown for Kelley at the end of the first period. Down under 5 seconds now. Looks like we're going to finish the first period here as Kendall Kelley of the Pryor Tigers is leading Tyler Gettings of the Guthrie Bluejays 2-0. Second period underway. Kelley back to his feet quick. Gettings trying to ride. Not able to hang on. Kelley picks up an escape point. Puts him up 3-0. Gettings now busy on the head. Got to be careful he doesn't walk into another shot. So we get busy here in the second period. Down in this front headlock position, Tyler Gettings trying to get out of bounds with a minute and 18 seconds left to go in the second period. Nice little low-level ankle pick here by Kelley. He's dragging it all the way up into a high crotch, trying to finish here. Gettings now going for a switch. Pulls off a takedown. Somehow Tyler Gettings gets on top here. Pulls off a little defensive crafty of his own. We've seen it from Pryor all night, and finally Guthrie answers back with a little defensive prowess. Nicely done there by Tyler Gettings. He's going to go on top here. 2-3. Tyler Gettings on top. Still trailing. Kelley of Pryor. Kind of broke down for the roll through. Tyler rolls through with it. Remains on top. 30 seconds to go in the second period of what's turning into a pretty exciting match. Here at 175 pounds. To his feet, Kelley goes. Tyler trying to stay heavy on top. Into crab ride position. Floats with it. Tyler's doing a good job floating on top. Down under 5 seconds now. Look for Kelley to roll again. Tyler rolls with. Tyler did a good job here staying on top and making that 2-point takedown count. Going into the third period here, Tyler Gettings is down by 1 point. Gonna need a big escape, a big takedown, a big reversal, something to get himself out in front of Kelley. Back to action here in the third. Kelley heavy on top, sitting on the hip. Tyler with his head on the mat. Not really getting up either. It's like Kelley's trying to pull him over into like a chicken wing stack position. Tyler keeps his head on the mat. That will be possible. Now into this head lever position. Tyler does a good job standing up here to get out of that. Fighting this lock. Kelley brings him down. Tyler trying to get out on that switch that he scored with earlier, but no avail there. Tyler with a nice little just spin through, picks up a point to tie this match. 3-3. With a minute and 10 to go. Takedown here is going to win this match. Kendall so far has been the one in on everything. Tyler now with a front headlock. Had a snake position, tried a little pass by. Kendall looks to be wearing here. Both times he's scored, he's kind of played coy, and then he shoots quick just like that. In on a big double. Tyler just hanging on here. Kendall able to get two. Big takedown there for Kendall. Kelley's going to put him out in front 5-3. Gettings is going to have to do something big in order to win this match. going to be a point escape. He's going to have to get a takedown. That means he's going to have to shoot his own. Look for Kelley to drop back underneath, though, if Tyler keeps chasing. It's going to be 2 more points for Kelley. And that's going to be 3 more points for Pryor. As they take a bigger lead now, 27-23. As we go into the 190-pound matchup. Wesley Silvas for your Blue Jays. Going to be taking on Josh Lunk. Of Pryor. Heavy tie-ups here. Both guys feeling each other out. Heavy collar tie here by Lunk. Silvas with an elbow control. Silvas now takes inside tie position. Lunk, though, takes it back. Both guys really fighting for this inside tie position. Lunk staying heavy on that head. Silvas, big high C, low single here. Lunk, though, cutting the corner. Silvas pulls the double on the far side. He's going to step over and hook the foot. Once he pops the head out and bellies down, he should have 2, but Lunk's going to hold on here and try to get a stalemate if he can. He's going to try to hold on and get the stalemate, pinching with his head. Silvas has got to stay busy. He's trying to catch the elbow now. Silvas is trying to catch the elbow underneath so we can get the near fall. Lunk just going to be happy with a stalemate. Silvas with 2-point takedown. Nicely done for him. Lunk, though, crafty there. Cut the corner. Made what would have been an easy takedown very difficult. Silvas now's got a leg in. Going to work heavy on top. Silvas going for this power half. He's got the elbow high. He's just going to have to take his time here and be careful because Pryor, very, very good from these positions. We've seen it all night. Silvas is going to have to take his time here. Coaches are going to demand a pin here because that's what they need from Silvas. Silvas is going to do what he can if the referee can find his spot. Lunk here doing what he can to beat the clock. And he escapes the fall, but Silvas picks up 3 near fall. It's going to put him up 5-0. Pryor is going to defer. It's going to be Guthrie's choice. Silvas is going to pick top as we go into the second period. As we start the second period here, Silvas going for a cross face and a cradle on the far side. He's got his leg in, though, on the top. Look for a Turk to come out of this or that same half that he scored with earlier. He's got the elbow what he wants it, but Lusk is kind of cockeyed sideways. It's going to make it a little bit hard. He's going to have to straighten him out here. Laying kind of in the fetal position sideways. Now he's got him long. This is what Silvas needs as he starts to run that over. Going to have to take his time here to try to get this fall. Pryor has been so good on their back, just staying off the falls. Lunk is not going to make it easy. Lunk is not going to make this easy. Silvas trying as hard as he can to get this fall. Silvas has 3 more near fall when the time comes. It's going to be 3 more near fall. No pin. Silvas getting a little bit too high up here. Going to run them legs back in and break him down. Back on the half again. Silvas a little bit higher. He's going to have to settle back. If he can get into this grapevine position, he can pick up the fall. That's a 6-point win for the Blue Jays. Silvas picks up the fall. Much needed 6 points for the Blue Jays. as that brings the score ahead now. Blue Jays up 29-27 over Pryor. Big 6-point win for the Blue Jays. Guthrie crowd back in it. Eli Maroney for the Blue Jays. Going to be stepping up here at 215 pounds. Taking on Aiden Lane for Pryor. Nice fireman's carry for Eli. To this back. Eli's picking up near fall here. He's close to a fall. He's got his shoulders down. Referee sees it, and that's 6 more points for the Blue Jays. Eli Maroney puts the Blue Jays way out in front now. Big win for Eli Maroney. Really puts the Blue Jays out front now, 35-27 over Pryor as we go to the big boys at heavyweight. Nick Herendeen for the Blue Jays, taking on Noah Owen of Pryor. As we get to work here. To his back, Nick Herendeen goes. Nick with a big 5-point takedown takes Noah Cohen to his back. Cohen back to his feet here. 5-0 so far. Herendeen brings him back to his back, or back to the mat. Herendeen just follows on top here. Cohen tripods. Coming back to his feet. Good thing is Guthrie will win this duel and advance. Pryor's going to be too far behind regardless of the outcome of this match. So the Guthrie Blue Jays will win this duel as Noah Cohen gets 1-point escape. Nick Herendeen out front 5-1 over Noah Cohen. Cohen in on a single leg here. As they go out of bounds. 21 seconds to go in the first period. Eventful first period. Herendeen on a heavy collar tie here. Cohen in on a big double leg. Herendeen with some heavy hips. As we conclude the first period, Nick Herendeen of the Guthrie Blue Jays out in front of Noah Cohen of the Pryor Tigers, 5-1. Prior to first, choice is going to go to Blue Jays. Herendeen's going to choose bottom. And we'll start this second period. Scratch that. Pryor's going to go bottom. Looks like Herendeen chose top. Cohen doing a nice job here just building his base and staying patient. Herendeen drops to a single here. Drags him back in bounds as Cohen wisely tries to get out of bounds to get a fresh start. Does a good job on the whistle building his base and then coming up to his tripod, but from his belly, it's tough to work as a heavyweight from your belly all the way to your feet. But here he is now coming to his tripod again, doing a nice job. Herendeen just kind of hanging on and riding back here as they work towards this out of bounds. Herendeen drops to the single. Splits Cohen, puts him back down to his belly, now out on the half here. Cohen trying for a switch, but Herendeen drops wisely down to that high crotch. Big crossface there. Herendeen floating back and forth on top here. Trying to stay busy enough to keep the referee off of him. Now he's going for a crossface cradle, it looks like. Kind of a crossface forearm. Not sure if he can reach that cradle or not, but Cohen, there's the cradle. Herendeen's got it locked. See if he can get that rolled over, I'm not sure. He's got to be wise here not to roll underneath Cohen. Herendeen hossing this thing over. He's using his feet now, he's driving. He's got it pulled over. He's got this cradle locked up. He's got him on his back. Herendeen with the fall for the Blue Jays. 6 more team points for Guthrie. Bringing the duel 41-27 over Pryor. Guthrie Blue Jays advance with a big win over the Pryor Tigers. In what was a back-and-forth duel, these last 4 matches, Guthrie pulls off a pin at heavyweight, pulls off a pin at 215, pulls off a pin at 197. Or at 190, I'm sorry. And that really sealed the deal here. Back-and-forth duel that ended up kind of getting blown out by Guthrie. Nicely done by the Blue Jays. As the final score, Guthrie Blue Jays 41, the Pryor Tigers 27. All right. Well, folks, as I merge in here, join you with a little front face cam here. We'll keep action going on the other mat. So Guthrie wrestled in the first round against Pryor. We just picked up a big win. Nicely done. I'll recap that for you real quick. And then after this duel, Guthrie has a bye. We have a break during the next set. So round 1 we wrestle, and then round 2 we are off. And then round 3, 4, and 5, we will wrestle the next 3 dual terms. So we have 1 break, and during that time, we will just leave it on a match. I'll put the mute on so I can go take a quick break. And then you guys can watch one of the other guys wrestle. And then when we come back, I'll pick back up when Guthrie comes on for their next duel. But anyway, we'll recap this last duel. Very nicely done by the Blue Jays. It was actually a close duel. Got me a little nervous going into these middle matches, but Guthrie able to pull it out when all is said and done. So 106 pounds, Joel Landry for the Blue Jays, a young freshman, new wrestler. Did a nice job coming out, really flexible, did a nice job staying off his back until finally Jordan Taylor was able to put him down for a fall, put Pryor out front 6 points to 0. Caden Herendeen for the Blue Jays comes back at 113 pounds against Wyatt Burton and really just does what Caden Herendeen does. Gets a nice takedown, couple of turns, ends up picking up a fall to tie the duel. We were tied up 6-6 at 120 pounds. Matt Jairus for the Blue Jays took on Trace Ragsdale. And what was really a nice match, but Matt Jairus did a nice job, had a nice little ankle pick, low-level double leg. Or single leg that turned into a double. Did a nice job running legs on top, picking up points. Did a nice solid match and close early. And as the match went on, Jairus just able to just make that match grow further and further away for Trace Ragsdale to pick up another good win for him. It's nice to see Matt Jairus wrestling at the level he is. 126. Such a disappointing loss for Dax Lopez. It was all Dax Lopez. Out 12-2, dominated the whole match, takedown after takedown, turn after turn. But Lane Young showed early what Pryor was going to do the rest of the duel, and that was be crafty off their back, dangerous from bottom position. Dax Lopez in on another takedown like he was busy doing from a reverse neck whip position, gets whipped over to his back and loses via fall in a match that he had otherwise dominated. Big win for Pryor there. Probably shouldn't have won that duel, but they were able to pick up a fall there against Dax Lopez. Lopez, I know, disappointed again. Just dominated that whole match, but just got caught there at the end from a crafty Lane Young. And again, from bottom, Pryor they were just nasty all night from awkward positions, things Guthrie really hasn't seen, if I'm being honest, just stuff I've really never seen. They were just good off their back. They were good off of bottom. And by good, I just mean they were dangerous. Just dangerous. You don't really hear people being dangerous off bottom, but man, Pryor, just crafty as they could be. Bumping up to 132. Luke Lyons looked as good as ever against Bodie Elam. Luke Lyons being aggressive on his feet. He's working his hands, working the head down, attacking shots, ends up picking up a big win for the Blue Jays like Luke Lyons can do. We need to see more of that out of him, but I'm happy to see him performing so well. 138, we bumped up to Clayton Carey in what might have been the best match of the night as far as parity goes against Greg Jefferson. Might have been their best wrestler. Greg Jefferson, very crafty from this overhook position. Every time he'd get that overhook, he would give up an underhook to take the overhook, and really just crafty there, making it difficult for Clayton to get anything going offensively. Now, Clayton did get in on several good shots, pulled up several good single legs, did get a takedown, but in the end, it came down to a takedown, and Jefferson was able to hold off for a 1-point win over Clayton Carey. Moving up to 144, newcomer for our team, Robert Brown, transfer in from Rogers, which is over in the Tulsa area. He came in to transfer. Transfer stuff takes a while. Didn't get cleared until there's a 16-day period after Christmas. So he finally is getting to compete. Normally we see Colby Wilder there. I expect to see Colby Wilder wrestling more today as well. I think they're just trying to get Brown some opportunity to wrestle here, as he is obviously a state placer, obviously no stranger to wrestling. He looked good tonight. Went out against a Damon Long of Pryor and picked up a nice win. Had some nice low-level shots, looked tough on top, did a good job escaping on bottom. Just a solid wrestler in Robert Brown. First time I got to watch him wrestle, so I was happy to see how good he was. Picks up a win for the Blue Jays over Damon Long. At 150 pounds, Roston Usselton takes on R.J. Grant, and Roston really in a match against a tough R.J. Grant. Did a good job on bottom, just kept getting up, making fits for RJ, and really Grant was having trouble pinning Roston. He kept getting him in these positions, and Roston just kept himself in the match until finally Grant was able to put his shoulders down and pick up a big fall for Pryor, which started their climb to get them back into the matchup. At 157, Wyatt Silvas steps on the mat for the Blue Jays as he is starting to fill in and share some mat time with Rowan McCone. Both these guys are freshmen, but Silvas jumps in there against Xander Kelso. And Xander was able to get a takedown out front, able to get a reversal as well, so he was out 4-1. But in the third period, trying to turn Silvas in a half, Silvas turns that into a reversal of his own, gets back on top, and really running a half hard, trying to do his thing. Tries to get back in the match, but was not successful. Eventually they go out of bounds, and Kelso was able to get up and get away and finish the match up there. I think it was a 6-2 win. So anyway, picks up 3 more for his team. We bump up to 165, where Bryson Hall for the Blue Jays does what Bryson Hall does, gets himself a takedown, starts to run up the score, softens up Kendall Kelley, until finally he picks up the fall. Big points there for the Blue Jays as we were starting to fall behind a little bit, and Bryson Hall gets us back into the matchup. Now Tyler Gettings at 175 steps out against a very game Cade Edmonds. Kind of a back-and-forth matchup. Tyler trying to stay in the match, but Edmonds did a good job just keeping the match at bay and kind of letting Tyler reach. He kept shooting in. He'd play coy, and then boom, hit a big fast shot. Really was eating Tyler up on his feet with just that little sequence, kind of playing lazy, and then just kind of blitzing in on shots, picking up 3 takedowns to take home the win there. We bumped up to 190, where Wesley Silvas of the Blue Jays did a nice job just doing what Wesley does. Took his time getting a nice takedown. Really, Josh Luck did a good job. Wesley hits a nice little low-level high crotch position, gets his head underneath, goes to finish like he's supposed to, does everything textbook. And then from there, Wesley was able to finally secure the takedown. Just was patient in there, did a good job not getting a stalemate, did a good job getting patient. And then Silva's able to get on top. And by the third half attempt, he's big on the half. By the third time, he finally got that thing cranked over, finally wore on the shoulder of Josh Lunk, finally just wore Lunk down to the point where he was pinned. And so Silvas picks up a big 6 for the Blue Jays, puts them back out front. Finally, the Blue Jays get out front where they can stay in front, where Eli Maroney stepped in at 2:15 with a fireman's carry to the back of Aiden Lane, where he holds him down and pins him beautifully. You know, Eli's so good with that fireman's carry, has always been good with, but this time picks up a fall from there. So big 6 points, puts the Blue Jays out in front to the point now where they cannot lose this duel. And then Nick Carradine comes in, steps up for the Blue Jays against Noah Cohen, and gets a big takedown. Rides tough, gets some near fall, does a good job of just keeping pressure until finally puts in that half, rolls him over, picks up another fall for the Blue Jays to put them out front of the Pryor Tigers 41-27. So big win there for the Blue Jays over the Pryor Tigers. As we will conclude here, I'd like to take a short break, brought to you by F&M Bank, and then we'll continue from there.
F&M Bank loves giving back to the communities we live and serve in. Banking with us ensures your money goes back into your community. Our goal is to provide you with reliable banking you can trust, delivered with unique passion for service. F&M Bank has all the modern banking services: mobile banking, lending, reward checking, electronic checking, and more. We invite you to come see us at any of our 8 locations. Come see what relationship banking is all about. F&M Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Whatever happened to predictability? The milkman, the paperboy, evening TV. You miss your old familiar friends, but waiting just around the bend. You're lost out there and you're all alone. A light is waiting to carry you home. Everywhere you look.
All right, folks, we are back to action here inside of the Chieftain Arena in Sapulpa, Oklahoma, where the Guthrie Bluejays are in Sapulpa at the district duels. Now, these district duels are the premier for the dual state championship. The team that prevails here and wins this event will get to participate in the dual state tournament coming up here in a couple of weeks. Guthrie is currently off this round, so we will be off now while these other teams duel, and then we will be back to action. We will be back to action after this round. So after this round, I'll pick back up with you guys, and we'll do some of that. I might run a preview as well. In the meantime, I am just going to turn off the audio, and I'll allow you guys to watch the wrestling going on. Currently, I'm not sure what mat we're on, but I'll put it back on that mat. I'll let you guys watch that match, and we will pick back up after this duel is over, where the Blue Jays will have another duel. Hey, Lindsay, have you checked that battery? You remember how to do it? I think there's a button maybe right there. Until
81 minutes.
Okay.
It looks like it's almost out.
Yeah, if it says 81 minutes, let's wait until right before our duel starts. We'll pop it out while I'm talking. Maybe I'll put my screen up. I'll pop it out. Can you change it? Do you remember how?
Right here, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. That ice thing really played me real good.
I cannot touch that one.
Press dash first time I tried that.
Sometimes you need immediate care and can't get in to see your doctor during regular hours. With Mercy Convenient Care in Guthrie, you can walk in without an appointment and get the medical attention you need at a lower cost and with shorter waiting time than your local emergency room. The Mercy Convenient Care is located at 2919 South Division. For any concerns, call 405-282-6301. Services are provided by Mercy Hospital, Logan County. Choose Guthrie. Choose Mercy.
There's one big difference between Vance Auto Group and the other dealers: transparency. We show all the discounts and rebates on our website long before you arrive. See your monthly payment, your current vehicle's value, Carfax, and everything about the vehicle you're interested in buying. You can even buy any vehicle, new or pre-owned, without leaving home, right from our website. Buy with transparency at the John Vance Auto Group.
John Vance Auto Group.
And back to action here inside of the Chieftain Arena in Sapulpa, Oklahoma. This is Sean Silvas live on the GMP Network, and we are fixing to watch the Guthrie Bluejays take on the Bishop Kelley Comets. In the second, actually this would be the third round of the district duels. Guthrie had the second round off. They won the first duel against... Well, the match just happened, folks, and I can't even remember who it was. Pryor. We wrestled against the Pryor Tigers. Picked up their first win of the day, and they will be back in action here shortly as they are getting prepared for the match. It looks like Bishop Kelley is getting to their mark. as well as Guthrie getting on the line down here as well. Not sure exactly when this thing is going to start, but we will be prepared when it does. Hopefully the audio issues are taken care of for the remainder of the day. I apologize earlier. We had to drop the feed, and I had to restart the computer and do all of the techie things to make things happen, but we should be good to go the rest of the time. As I get reset up, getting my beautiful camera lady in place as well. Lindsay Silva's helping me today on the camera, and I do appreciate that very much. Again, this is Sean Silvas live on the GMP Network. Guthrie Bluejays fixing to take on the Bishop Kelley Comets. Now, the last duel was quite the contest. It was actually a pretty back-and-forth matchup till the Blue Jays finally took hold. The last 3 or 4 matches, we got big pins to kind of walk away with the duel. But it was kind of a back-and-forth match. Pryor pulled a couple big upsets, not just the win, but they got some big bonus wins. So that was kind of a big deal. That really made that duel a lot closer than I think anybody thought it was going to be. But now we're back up against Bishop Carroll. Not sure what match we're going to start with, but they do have a full lineup at Bishop Kelley. I'm looking down top to bottom, as do we. So should not be any gimme matches. It should be pretty straightforward. So that will be nice. I'm going to take a quick commercial break brought to you by F&M Bank, and we'll be back shortly.
For centuries, it was a windswept prairie until the run of '89 saw settlers scramble for land and life in a newborn town as Oklahoma's territorial capital, Guthrie. Bank First is loyal to the preservation movement that reclaimed Oklahoma's first state capital. And we're loyal to the banking legacy born at the corner of First and Oklahoma streets. Bank First. Loyal to Oklahoma. Loyal to you.
At Generations Church, we exist to love God, love people, and serve both well. We're a multi-generational, multicultural church that believes in being a light to our city and our region. At Generations, we don't believe that church can be put in a box. We're a church that accepts all people from all walks of life, young, old, rich, and poor, and you will feel welcome at Generations. Join us at 10 a.m. every Sunday at 2524 West Noble in Guthrie, America. You can also join us at generationsguthrie.online.church.
We got the boys out here on the mat doing a coin toss. Not sure who won what. It looks like they're getting the formalities out of the way. Now that coin toss comes into play in the second period of every match. Instead of flipping the coin for every single match, it is predetermined by the coin toss at the beginning. So if you win the coin toss and you pick odd, every odd numbered match, you get your choice in the second period. If you pick even, you get even choice in the second period. You get your choice in the second period if you're the even number. So not sure exactly what's going on here, but I see Matt Jairus with his headgear on as if he is fixing to go out there and wrestle. Looks like Matt Jairus is our 120-pounder, so perhaps that's where we're going to start this duel tonight and then maybe work our way back. Not sure exactly how that works, but let me see if I can't catch things up. Up here in the press box, I am not privy to a lot of the information I might normally be at a regular duel. So I'm trying to play this as it goes with Matt Jairus for the Blue Jays at 120 pounds. He's going to kick this duel off. 120 pounds is Braylon Husley. As I try to catch up here with the score. Matt Jairus, 120 pounds, comes out with a big takedown to start things. Tries to put a leg in here. Getting right to work on those bar arms as he's working towards that half. Got a big power half now. Rolling that over. Look for him to pick up the fall here. Big win there by Matt Jairus. Nicely done. Picks up 6 for the Blue Jays to start off this duel. As the Blue Jays get things going. Up next at 126 pounds for the Blue Jays. It's going to be Dax Lopez. Dax came out strong in his last match. Got up 12-2 before getting upset at the very end of that match. But he wrestled well up until the end. So look for him to come out and to make up for the hardship in that last one. Dax taking on Owen Hare. In on a high crotch here. Trying to finish here. Hare holding on to that leg, but Dax has got that inside. Now he's got 2 takedown. Got the Turk hooked up as well. He's got that inside leg hooked. Look for him to try to elevate that and twist the hips over. Looks like Hare got himself wiggled out of there, but now Dax going right to work on top with that bar arm. Tried a half earlier. Dax very aggressive on top, very hard-nosed wrestler. He's going to do what he can to pick up some more bonus for the team here. Big cross face, far arm. Looks like he's going for the cradle here. Cross face, going for the cradle. Hare's got his feet locked, trying to extend himself long. Able to break out of that. But do not look for Dax Lopez to let up. Lopez grinding on top here as we get down under 10 seconds. Well, folks, forgive me, I got a little overzealous here on the time. We got 36 seconds left to go. Back to action here. Referee called the stalemate there. Not exactly sure why. Perhaps potentially dangerous. Perhaps the wrestler on bottom just called for a timeout. Not sure what happened, but we're back to action here. Lopez just grinding tough on top. Currently up 2-0. As we climb under 5 seconds here. Lopez trying to pick up some near fall. Not quite going to get it. As Dax Lopez goes into the second period of this matchup against Owen Hare, leading 2-0. Lopez's choice takes down. Bishop Kelley on top. And we are underway. Quick to his feet. Dax Lopez gets to his feet, gets an escape. It's going to earn him another point. Right in on a right side single leg, swing single, trying to cut the corner. He stepped over. He's digging down deep. Kind of looks like he's going to try to shelf this or come up with it. Little combination of both. He's going to get that arm out. Pick up 2 more takedown for Dax Lopez. Now he's up 5-0 over Owen Hare Bishop Kelley. Lopez wrestling well here today. Getting right back on that half. There he goes again for that crossface cradle. He's going to lock it up this time for some near fall, but no points necessary as Dax Lopez picks up a fall for the Blue Jays. 6 more team points. That's going to put the Blue Jays up 12-0 in the second match of the duel. Started this duel at 120 pounds. Now we're going to bump up to 132 pounds. The Blue Jays are going to put out Luke Lyons. He's going to take on Robert Burke. Back to action they go. Burke tries for a high crotch here. Lyons now back in the key lock position as Burke is elevating that foot, goes to trip the back, picks up 2 takedown. As Luke Lyons scrambles back to his feet, quickly gets there. With a quick escape and then another quick takedown, 4-1 is the current score. Now Lyons got put in a half here. Burke wrestling tough on top. Goes for the half, but Lyons able to get back out. Back on their feet they go. Burke in on 2 shots. He's 2 for 2 right here. Luke Lyons is going to have to keep him off his feet as Burke now heavy on the head. With a collar tie, Luke Lyons now trying for the Russian. Peeks out the back. Nice little duck to a high C. Picks up 2 more takedown. Is Robert Burke. With 47 seconds left to go. Optional start. Burke's going to go optional start. Back to his feet. Luke Lyons picks up another one. Current score 6-3. Back to this tie-up. Look for Burke to use that little elbow to pass by. Luke Lyons on a shot of his own now. Back to tie-ups. Burke's been passing that elbow. See, he's grabbing the elbow on his left side as Lyons hangs. He passes it by and shoots in. He's got a couple times on that. Luke's got to start moving his hands and his feet, or Burke's going to just stay there all night. In on another shot there. Going for the head here. Going to try to go to near fall from his feet. Nothing yet. Lyons able to hold it off. That's going to be 6-3 going into the second period. Bishop Kelley's choice here. Burke's going to go down. Luke Lyons goes on top. And back to work we go on top here. Luke Lyons trying to ride, but Burke right to his feet. Looks like he's going to pick up another point here on an escape. Bringing a score up 7-3. Looks like maybe we've got a little blood. Referee stopped the match. Not sure where it's coming from, but perhaps Burke's got a bloody nose here. Going to investigate that, get that taken care of, and get everyone cleaned up. Minute and 42 seconds left to go here in the second period. Coach Jeremy Davenport over there giving pointer to Luke Lyons. Talking about how he's being heavy on that head. Burke's able to grab that elbow and pass by like we talked about earlier. Coach Davenport, no stranger to such a technique. He likes elbow ties. Going to give some pointers there to his wrestler. And hopefully that'll make the difference here as these guys start back on their feet. Second period, minute and 42 seconds to go. A little bit of blood time here and going to get things cleaned up. Now, you don't normally see the referee cleaning up blood, but today I guess that's part of his job. Trying to keep these matches rolling on. And we are back to action here in the second period. Robert Burke of Bishop Kelley leading Luke Lyons of the Blue Jays. Currently in the second period, it's 7-3. Luke busy with his hands, pass by of his own. Now he's got a front headlock. I like the activity out of Luke there. But man, Burke right back on it. Big fireman's carry. No points awarded. But on that, his nose plug flew out. So we're going to have another blood time. Now, I did like how busy Luke Lyons' hands were. He was aggressive. He was wrestling hard. It's what we need to see out of Luke more often. And it's definitely harder for an opponent to deal with. You saw how Burke was kind of weathering the storm. And then as soon as Luke let up, bam, Burke goes to shoot again. So we got to see more of that out of Luke, but we're starting to see more of that out of Luke, and that's definitely a good thing. Impressed so far by Robert Burke. Quite a talented young man. Very offensively oriented. Can't see because I'm not down on the mat, but there must be quite a bit of blood down there. Happens oftentimes when these guys are getting after it. Normally it's Luke that's bleeding, but today it's Robert Burke. All right, we're going back to action here. Minute and 22 seconds left to go. Lions back on the motion. Burke weathering the storm here, trying to hold on to that head. Slow things down. As Luke tries to pass by, Burke shoots in for 2 more takedown. It's going to be 9-2 for Robert Burke over Luke Lyons. Lyons out with another escape. Going to earn himself another point. We're going to have to get to work here. Robert Burke in on another single leg. On the left side this time. He's going to elevate this and bring it up. Luke Lyons going to try to fight it off here on his feet. Going to get out of bounds if he can, but doesn't quite make it as Burke picks up 2 more. It's going to be 11-4 now for Robert Burke of Bishop Kelley. Luke Lyons does a good job fighting to his feet here. 23 seconds left in the second period. Robert Burke's going to try to ride him out here. He doesn't want to give away a point if you don't have to, but Luke Lyons does a good job on his feet, getting to his feet, and we've got more blood. Going to have to take another quick timeout here. Now, the way the blood rule works is you get 5 minutes of blood time. That does not include cleanup time. So if a wrestler is still bleeding, it goes against their blood time. But once they stop bleeding, so once they can cut that time, it'll stop. But then while they're cleaning it up, that does not count against his blood time. So, you can see a blood timeout go 10 or 15 minutes if you had to, if it made a big enough mess. But in this case, doesn't look like it. Just inconvenient. They have to keep stopping. And we're back to action here. Luke Lyons to his feet, trying to get an escape. Burke's going to try to get him out of bounds here. Ride this clock out. Doesn't want to give away one if he doesn't have to. 3 seconds left to go. Lyons still on bottom. Lyons nearly gets out again, but not quite as we go into the third period. Luke Lyons going to pick bottom for the Blue Jays. Burke going to go on top. Burke trying to ride, but Luke Lyons doing a good job getting up and getting away. Burke's had several takedowns, 11 points worth. Lyons still moving his hands, trying to fire away, shooting straight in, and Burke's catching him on the way in. Got underneath him. Lyons now with a heavy hip. Burke tried that fireman's dump. Didn't work. He's transitioned back into a big double now. Luke Lyons making it hard for him to score. Looks like we're back to more blood time out. I'd like to thank those of you that are watching online today on the Guthrie News Page YouTube channel. Give me a shout out and let me know where you're watching from. That'd be fun. I'll give you a shout out online if I can pull it up here on my phone. As we're back to action here shortly. Guthrie Bluejays are taking on the Bishop Kelley Comets. Current duel score 12-0 as we go into this 132-pound match. Now, we did not wrestle 106. We did not wrestle 113. I believe we'll wrestle those at the end of the duel. A little bit different order this time around. But we started the duel at 120 pounds. But Bishop Kelley does have 106 and 113-pounder, as does Guthrie. So those matches should get wrestled later on today. But current score, Guthrie out front so far. But this third matchup here, Luke Lyons down 5-11 in the third period with about 1 minute and 28 seconds to go. It's really been all Robert Burke as of now. Still more blood time. Both wrestlers starting to get frustrated. Burke's nose is just dripping like a faucet, I believe. Trying to stay as sanitary as we can. Third period now. Luke Lyons almost in on a high crotch there, banging the head nice. He's doing a good job staying in this match. Way he's working that head, I really like that. I hope he sticks with that. He'll eventually learn how to start scoring out of that. When he's doing it, Burke's having trouble. When he stops doing it, things like this happen. Burke did a nice job passing the elbow, coming in on a high C on the outside. He's got it drawn up. He's going to try to finish it here on the edge, which makes it a little tricky. Luke Lyons is going to play that edge, tries for a sweep, trying to scramble and make something happen. Not a bad idea. Luke Lyons trying to make something happen. Didn't work, but I like where his head was here. It's going to be 2 more points for Robert Burke. That's 13-5 now. Luke Lyons back to his feet as they go out of bounds with 30 seconds left on the clock. Big action on the mat next to us, a big pin. That's what all the fuss is about, if you can hear it on the crowd mic. But we're back to action here. Luke Lyons gets another escape. Underhook now to a high C. Really all day on that side. Burke has had a lot of success. Really cuts that angle nice and just gets underneath. Trying to whip out. Luke Lyons does a nice job defending there. That's the second or third time he's defended a deep shot as he's still working here. Going to work. Nice peek out duck. No points awarded. That's going to be 13-6. That's only going to be good for 3 points for the team. But that's going to put the Bishop Kelley Comets on the board. As the Guthrie Bluejays currently winning or leading this duel 12-3. Up next at 138 pounds, Clayton Carey. Going to be wrestling against Carter Oftenkamp for Bishop Kelley. Looks like that's going to be a forfeit. It's going to put 6 more points on the board for the Blue Jays. As we're now going to jump up to 144 pounds. Robert Brown for Blue Jays is going to come out against Luke Allred. 144 pounds. We talked about it the last duel, but Robert Brown, this is his second match on the mat for the Blue Jays, transferred in from Rogers High School. Nice ankle pick there. Was a state qualifier last year for Rogers. Now for a big headlock. Holy cow, big freestyle 5-point headlock there. It's going to get him 2 takedown. Now he's got the near fall for sure, but Brown's looking for the fall here. He's got this locked up tight. I think it's just a matter of time as he sits out, picks up a big win for the Blue Jays. Robert Brown looking impressive in the Blue Jays singlet. 6 more points for the Blue Jays. It's going to bump it up 24-3. As we move into the, folks, I'm trying to stay caught up. Looks like Roston Usselton's on the mat at 150. Roston's going to be taking on Grayson Zellers. Match is underway. These guys are hand fighting. Roston's got a heavy collar tie. Brayson's got that wrist control. Both guys just kind of fighting for position, trying to figure it out. Brayson going for a big snake attempt. Roston able to stay on his base at least. He's still got the arm, but now an inside cradle hooked up. Brayson's got him on his back. Roston's in trouble here. Definitely going to get up near fall, but Roston's got his inside arm up. I can't tell if it's down. Now his inside arm is caught. Roston's in trouble now. Roston's in big trouble here. Both his arms are caught. He's on his back here, in trouble. That's a pin for Brayson Zellers. It's going to be a 6-point swing. Going back in favor of the Comets. That's going to put them 9 points on the board now against Guthrie's 24. Moving in now at 157 pounds. For the Blue Jays, Rowan McCone is going to wrestle. And Rowan's going to be taking on Beelit Jackson. 2-point takedown there by Jackson. Now the 2 takedown. Jackson going to work here on top as Rowan McComb trying to get back to his base as he does. Now getting rolled underneath. Tripod's up. Rowan tries a roll. Tries that crossover Granby, but kind of gets hung up down here. A little bit of a risk, but he's trying to get off bottom, making something happen here as they go out of bounds. 57 seconds left to go. Jackson grinding hard on top here. Sitting on the hips, just trying to, there's a crossface. Now he's trying to get that inside leg. McCone reaching back, trying to grab that leg. There's the far side cradle. McCone did a good job catching the arm, trying to make something happen here. He scrambles out, gets around for 2. Rowan McCone with a big reversal here at the end of the first period. Gets on top, heavy spiral ride, trying to force a leg in here. Coming to life is Rowan McCone. Very nicely done, tying this match up 2-2. Jackson kind of stuck here on bottom. Finds a way back to his feet, but McCone puts him right back down. We wind down this first period. Rowan McComb able to get a big reversal after the takedown to tie this match up. Rowan McComb now tied at 2 points with Bella Jackson of Bishop Kelley. Looks like we've got a little blood time here. Rowan really looks stuck on bottom there at the first period. Giving up a little bit of size here. Rowan weighs in light, somewhere around 150 pounds. Wrestles up at 157 for the team. And Jackson was on top, kind of using that weight and force, and he goes for that cradle. Rowan did a good job. He had control of the hand, so when Jackson went for the cradle, Rowan was able to pass that hand over top of his head. Really made all the difference there for that reversal. That's what started it. Jackson to his feet, but Rowan does a good job dropping down to the leg. He's going to try to hold him here. He's got to keep working up as he is. He's got the leg up. He's going to trip. He's got him broke back down. Rowan staying tough on top, going for a cradle of his own. Jackson's got the leg. Rowan able to roll it out of bounds. Minute and 35 to go. Rowan McComb wrestling tough today. Back to action here. Rowan's got a chicken wing. He's got him rolled over. He's getting near fall. Rowan McComb with the fall for the Blue Jays. Big win for Rowan McComb. 6 more points for the good guys. Rowan McComb with the fall. It bumps the Blue Jays up 30-9 over the Bishop Kelley Comets. Nice work there by Rowan McComb. Really found some life after that big reversal. Got himself in that match and then decided he was going to go to work on top. Grabs that chicken wing, rolls him right over tight for the fall. Nowhere for Jackson to go. 165 pounds here. Bryson Hall for the Blue Jays. Nice takedown, quick takedown. Bryson Hall going right to work. Taking on Bodie Harris of Bishop Kelley. Up for another takedown. Bryson's up 4-1. 2 takedowns in 30 seconds. Looks like he's going to go back to work and get some more. Another escape. Going to earn It's going to earn Harris a point, but Bryson Hall back in on another takedown. Double A transitions to a single leg. Picks up another 2 points. As they go out of bounds. Minute and 3 seconds left on the clock. Bryson Hall out front quick here. 6-2. He's got that ankle trapped. He's lifting, trying to run him over and get Harris off track, or get him off balance, I guess. Now Bryson's working that chop arm. Look for him to run that chicken wing, perhaps. A little tilt. He's done a little bit of everything on top this year. Looking great on top. But running those bar arms, not just a ride. Bryson scores on top now. Look for him to start working here as he softens Harris up. He's going to start trying to get some near fall and perhaps his pin. In this dual tournament, the pins are so important. Bryson knows that. So look for Bryson to try to get the fall where he can. Oftentimes, it takes a little convincing. Got to run up the score a little bit. Bryson out 6-2. Harris fighting tough on bottom, though. In a chicken wing, but Harris not going anywhere. Post up on the outside. Bryson rolls through with a half as they go out of bounds. Little Kel Sanderson-esque. Nice little sequence there by Bryson Hall. We've got just 1 second left on the clock. They're going to burn that out here as we go into the second period. Bryson Hall, Guthrie Bluejays, currently up 6-2 over Bodie Harris of the Bishop Kelley Back to work here. Second period underway. Bodie Harris goes down. Bryson Hall goes back to work on top. Working that chicken wing again. He had that chicken wing in half as they rolled out of bounds there at the end of the first period. Bryson Hall's going right back to that. If he had success with it once, why not try it again? It's exactly what he's doing here, working hard on top, grinding. Bodie Harris doing a good job trying to keep his hips up. You know, when a guy's hips are up, it's hard to run chicken wings and bar arms. It's hard to score with him. You got to get him bellied out first. So Harris is doing a good job fighting back there. Bryson's got to get him broke down or run a tilt off those hips up. Usually when hips are up, that's when you run tilts. When guys are bellied down, that's when you run your halves or your chicken wings to get your falls. Folks, bear with us as the camera goes down for a second. Just a minor technical difficulty, but we will be back up shortly. Bryson Hall still on top. He's got a chicken wing now, running the half. Camera's back in action. As they go out of bounds here with 40 seconds left to go, Bryson Hall really been dominant so far this match. It's been all Bryson Hall. 3 takedowns early out. He's been grinding on top. Really trying to score here from top position. But Bodie Harris is doing a nice job just fighting that position. But now Bryson Hall's got 2-on-1 on the far elbow. Walks around to the front. He's getting near fall. He's going to pick up a fall here. This is tight. There it is. Bryson Hall for the Blue Jays picks up 6 more. Current score 36-9. The Blue Jays really walking away so far with this duel. Now up at 175 pounds, Tyler Gettings for the Blue Jays. Going to be taken on Baylor Pence. Of Bishop Kelley. Feeling each other out, pulls him down into a snake position. Not good for Tyler. Luckily, Tyler's pretty savvy here, but not looking good. He walked around behind and loaded up his own hips. Not a good position for Tyler Getting. Snake is a tough position to get out of. You got an arm, you got a neck, it's tight. It's never good to be here. Tyler's inside shoulder starting to fall, but Tyler scrambles out. He's coming up with a leg even. Look for Tyler to come out now to get 5 of his own. Tyler gets the reversal. He's getting his own near fall. He's tying this matchup at worst, but at best he's going to pick up the fall. Tyler settling in here. There's plenty of time. There's 50 seconds to go. Tyler Gettings really trying to pull this arm, pull this head, settle in and see if he can't get a fall here. Big fall for Tyler Gettings. Was in terrible position. Somehow figures out a way to get back on top. Ties it up 5-5 and gets the fall for the Blue Jays. 6 more for the good guys. That bumps Guthrie 42-9 over Bishop Kelley Comets. Up next now, 190 pounds, Wesley Silvis for the Blue Jays. Going up against Gage Hall of Bishop Kelley. Match underway here. Silvis inside tie, wrist control. Diving single leg attempt there. Nearly had it. Was Gage Hall. Silvis tucks the head in the whole cradle, runs it over, ends up in a half position. Going right back to the cradle. Doesn't get it, as Gage Hall did a good job of posturing away. Silvis picks up the 2. Not sure how many near falls going to be given here, if any. But definitely got 2 points for the takedown. Silvis going to work on top now. Put the leg in. Goes right to the half on the near side. Rolls him up. He's got near fall here. Silva settles in for the fall. 6 more points for the Blue Jays. Wesley Silvas picks up 6 more points, bumping the team score 48-9 for the Blue Jays. Up now at 215 pounds. Eli Maroney for the Blue Jays. Back in the lineup for another fireman's carry to the back. We saw this in the last match where he picked up a fall right out of the gate. Similar start. Looks like we're going to have a similar finish here. Before I can even get his name on the register, Eli Maroney going to work. For the fall, Eli Maroney picks up 6 more for the Blue Jays, bringing that team score 54-9. Now for the big boys up at heavyweight, Nick Carradine for the Blue Jays. Taking on Lex Lazenby of Bishop Kelley. And back to work they go. Harney with a snap down here to a front headlock. Into a big double. Lazenby goes for a lateral drop. Herendeen had to back off before he got through. Wisely done. Pulling that head back down. Herendeen heavy in that collar tie. Lazenby, though, weathering a storm here. Back and forth, these guys feeling each other out. Snap down for Herendeen. There it is again. He's got him down this time. He's going to try to get behind. Goes behind. 2 points, Nick Herendeen. Previous match, Eli Maroney doesn't give me much time to talk about him, but Eli was named the Oklahoma Coaches Association All-State Football Team this year. Eli had a phenomenal career. Doesn't give me any time to talk about him during his wrestling matches, so we'll do it while Nick's wrestling here. Nick on top, got the near fall, looking for the pin. Picks up a little near fall. Picks up 3 more. Going to put him up 5-0 over Lex Lazenby. But yeah, Eli Maroney had a great football season this year, as did Nick Herendeen, our heavyweight here. Both guys, Guthrie's football team made it all the way to the semifinals, and the defensive front was full of wrestlers. Tyler Gettings, we saw wrestle earlier. Eli Maroney just wrestled. Now Nick Herendeen wrestling out here now. All members of that defensive front line that was so dominant this year in football. And now, out here on our wrestling mat, same kind of thing. Herendeen now working that cross arm dump. He's got him tipped over here. Going to pick up some near fall. Probably not going to get the pin, but he did pick up 2 near fall. As time ran out, that's going to put Nick Herendeen up 7-0 over Lex Lazenby. Guthrie's going to go top here in the second. Back underway. Herendeen going for the chicken wing. Going to run it around the head again. He scooped the head with his foot. He's got Lazenby now in trouble, trying to figure out a way to get him pinned, but Lazenby fighting hard down here, not going to give this up easily. And there's the fall for Nick Herendeen. Picks up 6 more for the Blue Jays. It's going to put the Blue Jays up 60-9 over the Bishop Kelley Comets. And now we're going to run back to the 100 106-pound matchup, where Guthrie's Joel Landry is going to be taking on Matthew Magnus of Bishop Kelley. Wrestlers hand fighting, scrapping out of that front headlock position. Landry doing a good job going for a collar tie. He's got a high C on the outside. He's coming around the corner. Looks like he's picking it up. He's got 2 points takedown. First varsity points scored by Landry. This season, Joel Landry's picking up a big takedown and a big confidence boost. Nicely done there over Matthew Magnus. He's up 2-0 as we run through this first period. Grinding tough on top. At 106 pounds, Landry looks small. He weighed in just under 100 pounds. Doing a good job wrestling here, though. Nice job floating over that roll. Just kind of rolled with and covered. Really running that cross arm. He's trying to get that cross arm dump. He's getting a little high, but he's running it with aggression. I like to see that. Reaching over for the cradle. Trying to get it locked up. But Magnus is doing a good job of fighting the hands off there. As Landry tries to log, Magnus is actually pulling the hands apart. Landry grinding this up. He's got a cradle locked up. Holding it a little bit backwards. Got himself too high. Now he's in a pickle. He's got caught on his back here. That's a reversal, too, for Magnus. Landry's closer. He's got 10 seconds to fight. Not looking good. Good job by Matthew Magnus getting back in that match. But, boy, Joel Landry looked great coming out of that match. First varsity takedown of the year. Got himself in that match. I like to see that. That bumps Bishop Kelley Comets up 15 points to Guthrie Bluejays 60 as we head back into what will most likely be the final match of the night. Looks like they're just going to forfeit that one to Caden Herendeen. That's going to put the Blue Jays final score 66-27. (66-27) final score. Guthrie Blue Jays defeat the Bishop Kelley Comets. And really a one-sided duel. Couple good wrestlers on Bishop Kelley's team. They had a couple good matchups there for us. Well contested. Guthrie, really a good dual team this year. Pretty stellar out front. Did a good job just doing what they needed to do. A lot of big wins there. Couple good, decent matchups, though. That was a fun duel. As we merge back in here, we're going to take a quick timeout, and then we'll come back and preview that duel and get ready for the next one. This timeout brought to you by F&M Bank.
For centuries, it was a windswept prairie until the run of '89 saw settlers scramble for land and life in a newborn town as Oklahoma's territorial capital, Guthrie. Bank First is loyal to the preservation movement that reclaimed Oklahoma's first state capital. And we're loyal to the banking legacy born at the corner of First and Oklahoma Streets. Bank First. Loyal to Oklahoma. Loyal to you.
At Generations Church, we exist to love God, love people, and serve both well. We're a multi-generational, multicultural church that believes in being a light to our city and our region. At Generations, we don't believe that church can be put in a box. We're a church that accepts all people from all walks of life, young, old, rich, and poor, and you will feel welcome at Generations. Join us at 10 a.m. every Sunday at 2524 West Noble in Guthrie, America. You can also join us at generationsguthrie.online.church.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, back to action here. As I work on some of the graphics, getting everything set up for the duel. Blue Jays are fixing to take on Sapulpa, the host of today's event, here in the Chieftain Arena in Sapulpa, Oklahoma. Just concluded a pretty one-sided duel where the Guthrie Bluejays defeated Bishop Kelley. And now as they get ready, get warmed back up for round 4. Guthrie wrestled round 1, picked up a victory, took a bye in round 2, just won in round 3. Now we go to round 4 against Sapulpa. But that last duel, I'll go ahead and go back over just details on that duel. 106 and 113. So 106, Joel Landry comes out with a nice takedown. Hadn't seen Joel Landry wrestle until today. He picked up a forfeit for us a couple of times at 106, but he actually took we actually saw him get in a match. His first match was the first duel today, and then got his first varsity points. Came out with a nice takedown, goes and gets a turn, tries to pull off a cradle, ends up getting caught on his back from there in PM. But really wrestled a great job, but that put 6 points on the board for Bishop Kelley. Matthew Magnus picked up the win there. Caden Herendine picked up a forfeit. at 113, so we did not get to see him wrestle, but at 120 pounds, Matt Jairus, who actually kicked off the duel, did a nice job, just big double legs, big pins. Matt Jairus wrestling so good today. Dax Lopez picks up, trying to remember, I'm looking back how far back in this duel. Yes, Dax Lopez picks up a couple big takedowns, ends up getting a fall for us. Dax wrestling very, very well today. Looked good in his first match as well. Looking good. Luke Lyons came out against what was clearly their best wrestler for Bishop Kelley. Looked like an older kid, very good kid, very solid kid. Luke tried to stay in the match, stay with it, but really just story of that match was just Luke was banging on the head real well, and as soon as he'd let up, let me catch this kid's name. Robert Burke did a nice job just hitting little pass-bys into shots. He cut angles well and really gave Luke a lot of fits. Ended up picking up the win there. There at the end of the match, Luke tried a nice little sweep. If he'd have picked up 5, he would have been right back in that match, but wasn't able to pull it off and ended up letting the match run away a little bit more than it would have had he not tried to force that. But in that situation, that's exactly what you do. You got to make something happen, and Luke tried to make something happen to get the win. So we bumped up to 138. Clayton Carey took a forfeit. Would have liked to see Clayton get a chance to wrestle. He lost in the first round, and I know he's wanting to get that one back. So we should see him the next duel at 138. But anyway, 144, Luke Allred took on newcomer Robert Brown. Robert Brown transferred in from Rogers. Tulsa school here, and wrestled his second match for the Blue Jays today. Looked very sharp, hits a couple nice shots, big pin, ends up throwing a massive headlock, just probably the move of the week so far. That thing was big and it was powerful. Did a nice job there, big freestyle 5-point throw. But anyways, picks that up, gets a pin for the team. 150 pounds, Roston Usselton. Got in a match, got in a scramble, got locked up in a cradle, nearly got out, and then just winched it back down, got his arms trapped underneath, and ended up getting pinned by Grayson Zellers. At 157, Rowan McCone, much-needed win by Rowan McCone. Came out, got took down early, but stayed in the match, stayed solid on bottom, was able to capitalize on Bellet Jackson, who got a little bit too high on a cradle, and Rowan was able to pass the arm and get a reversal going into the second. Rowan was on top. He kept bringing him back down, did a nice job wrestling, and then locked up a chicken wing and just ran it like he had bad intentions, and he sure did because he pinned him as soon as he hit the mat. So that was a nice job. Much-needed win for Rowan McComb. Big confidence boost. I'm happy to see that he did so well. 165, Bryson Hall came out and picked up several takedowns and just started going to work. He got 3 takedowns in the first period, then went to work on top until he finally came away with a pin. Took him a couple more periods. Kid was tough on bottom. Bodie Harris just didn't want to go away, wanted to stay in the match. Did a good job staying tough. But eventually Bryson Hall just wore him down and got the fall. 175, Tyler Gettings goes out, walks himself into a snake, loads himself up and everything, gets thrown in a snake to his back, which is not good, not a good position to be in at all, and from his back, gets out the back door, gets a reversal, ends up on top, weasels his way into a headlock, and pins Baylor Pence. From 5 points, he gets 5 points to the fall, all in the first period. An exciting Tyler Gettings win in Tyler Gettings fashion. That boy can score from anywhere, and he is dangerous from everywhere. So nicely done by Tyler Gettings. 190 pounds, Wesley Silvas came out and does what Wesley Silvas did. Blocks a shot, runs a cradle, doesn't catch it, puts legs in, gets a half, gets a fall. Very nicely done by Wesley Silvas. 6 more for the good guys, and then a 215, Eli Maroney, who does not give me any time to talk about him and his accomplishments in football. If he goes back and watches this, I'm really just calling him out. But he hits that fireman's carry off the whistle and just pins guys. That's what he does. He makes it short and makes it sweet, and that's exactly what he did. Fireman's carry, caught him on his back, got a pin. Nicely done by Eli. He's wrestling very, very well. He's had a good last couple of weeks. Looks like he's feeling a lot better, and he's wrestling a lot better as a sign of that. 285, Nick Herendine comes out, gets a nice takedown, rolls up a chicken wing, pulls it over, finally gets Lex Lazenby to lay down so he could pin him. Lazenby did a good job fighting. It's hard for heavyweights to get off their back, and man, Lazenby did a good job fighting there, but Nick Herendine just stayed with it and eventually picks up the fall. So that's the recap from the match against Bishop Kelley. Really a one-sided matchup, but Bishop Kelley did good. They had their moments. We appreciate such good competition there, and as we are going to wait here for the Sapulpa duel. I'm going to take a quick time out so I can take a break, and I'll leave it on the mat, and then we will be back. We're going to take a quick TV timeout, and then when we come back, we'll just leave it on the duel, and when things pick back up, I'll come back on air. Break is brought to you by F&M Bank.
Aspen Roofing is a family-owned roofing company with more than 20 years of experience and achievements across Oklahoma. Aspen Roofing takes pride in the personal service we provide on each job, and we strive to maintain the highest level of quality while offering our customers a reasonable price. It is our commitment to help you understand the process of getting a new roof from start to finish. Call Robbie Hudson for a free roofing estimate at 405-562-0026.
Exxon was founded by two combat-proven veterans to help businesses grow from mediocre to exceptional. We know from experience that your culture and trust throughout the organization drive superior performance. Most business owners focus on the urgent rather than the important. They are just struggling to survive. The team at Exxon helps owners identify challenges, build solutions, and focus on growth. Do you trust your team? Does your team trust you? If not, we can help. We are Exxon.
chance you can snap a picture and this is line up for me too? Sorry, dude. I'll be done bugging you. This is probably going to be a big one. All right, well, good luck. We'll tear them up. Boys looking good. Yeah. All right, though. We'll see you. Thanks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and we are live inside of the Chieftain Arena in Sapulpa, Oklahoma, at the district duels with the Guthrie Bluejays are in town. So far, undefeated. Picked off Bishop Kelley was the last duel, and then the first duel this morning, I say this morning around noontime, was against Pryor. Guthrie pulled out a win, a very closely contested duel that first one was, but kind of walked away with it there at the end. But they're 2-0 so far. Got 2 more to win if we want to go to dual state. Sapulpa on paper should be the toughest matchup of the day for the Blue Jays. So this will be an exciting duel. Sapulpa just picked off a duel against Pryor that came down to the last match, and Sapulpa pulled it out. So really the 2 undefeated teams so far in the duel tournament is Guthrie and Sapulpa. So the winner of this most likely will be going on to dual state. And so this should be a big matchup for the Blue Jays. Now, I believe, I'm trying to remember, I'm looking down here to see who's going to start this duel off, guys. I'm doing my best from up here in the press box. I don't have any idea what they're doing down there on the mat, but I'm just guessing by who is warming up. It looks like we're going to be starting at 126. Dax Lopez is down there warming up. And so I'm going to go ahead and get set up for Dax, and we'll just play it by ear, and hopefully I'm going to guess right, and I'm not going to have to come from behind here. Dax is going to be taking on Jackson Willingham. Looks like both these guys are out here warming up, getting ready to go. There's been no coin toss, not that I've seen. Check our team score real quick, make sure we got all this stuff lined up. And I believe it is just a matter of time. The duel on the other mat, we've been wrestling on mat number 1, which is to my left. Now we're on mat 2, which is to my right. So we're going to reposition for that. And I may have to jockey my seat a little bit as well so I can see a little bit better. So far, so good for the Blue Jays. It's been a good day for the Blue Jays so far, really like clockwork. They've wrestled well. The boys have come out, wrestled hard, and have had plenty of success. While we're letting this coin toss take way, I'd like to give a quick shout out to our sponsors that are making this live broadcast possible. Bank First is always here to support GMP Network and the guys, and we really appreciate all that they're doing. F&M Bank, thank you to North Church of Guthrie, for John Vance Motors, and Generations Church. Guys, thank you so much just for always being here to help us out. Also want to give a shout out to Terra Insurance Group, Seth and the boys down there, to Aspen Roofing, to Phil Nichols and Exxon, and our friends down at the Strive Wellness Lounge. Go check them out. They've got a lot of good things to offer, as well as South Point Baptist Church, personal friends of mine, and then A-Team Overhead Door, my good friend Paul Creed. We really appreciate them sponsoring this broadcast and making it all possible. We are underway at the 126-pound matchup. Dax Lopez of the Blue Jays taking on Jackson Willingham of Sapulpa. For the short carry dump, Lopez thought he was behind, almost had ankle control, and then was dumped in that short carry by Willingham. Now Willingham really trying hard for this cradle. He's got a crossface cradle. Lopez is going to have to get long. He's got wrist control. He got himself out of that one. Kind of a tricky takedown there. Lopez thought he was going to walk around behind and get the 2, and then right about the time he got there, Willingham dumped him over for the short carry. Looking for the outside half stack now. Lopez is going to have to posture up and get his head off the mat. He's going to run it the other way now. He's going to try to just run his head under. He's going to try to tuck his head and run it forward. Wrestling tough on top here. Lopez has got to get his elbows back and get his head up. He's got to get on his knees. He did that right. He did a good job fighting there. Lopez did everything right there. As he tries to suck him back, Lopez scrambles in. He's got a high crotch now. Kind of turn around into a switch position. Outside cradle on the far side, though. Willingham's got it locked up. Lopez in trouble here. He's got the cradle locked up. Lopez trying to get long, trying to belly out. Able to do so. No points other than the original takedown. 2-0 for Willingham, still on top. And we are down under 10 seconds to go. As this first period comes to a close, 2-0 for Jackson Willingham of Sapulpa. Currently over Dax Lopez of the Blue Jays. A lot of wrestling still to be done. Back on their feet they go. Lopez on a high C. Picks it up. He's going to have to get his head underneath that leg or he's going to get tilted over. Willingham very crafty here. Does a good job of coming across to step over. Now he's going for a tilt out of this. Hasn't received two yet, but he's close. He stepped over the leg now. He's got the crotch lift locked. He's basically got a side saddle leg in, and he's going to look to put that arm back for a tilt. 2 points takedown finally awarded for Willingham. Now he's got a leg in. He's getting high. Lopez is going to reach up, try to swim out. Very nicely done by Dax Lopez. 2-point reversal there is going to be huge. We've seen Lopez do that swim move on a couple of occasions coming out of those legs. It's a good defense for that if you know how to do it. Lopez definitely knows how to do that. He's done a good job with it. Running that bar arm now pretty hard. Down by 2 points. Dax is going to have to look to score here on top if he wants to get back in this match. That reversal helped, but now he's running the half on the far side. Willem posting up good. He's postured and posted. Lopez really running this hard. Lopez grinding hard on top here, trying to make this happen. Lopez still grinding on top, 18 seconds to go. Down under 10 now. Looks like Lopez is going to finish on top here. Still down by 2. It's going to be curious to see what Jackson Willingham does. Most likely will go neutral. It'll be his choice. As the match concludes, towel topper forgot to go out. Well, it's going to be Lopez's choice. My miss. As we go neutral in the third. Lopez hand fights for inside control. He's got the elbow control right here, right now. Hits a high C on the far side. We saw him finish here twice today so far, but not on Willing. Willing's been very tough here, but Lopez trying to step over, but Willingham doing a good job blocking with his inside foot or his top foot. Now Lopez steps over. He's going to try to shelf that in. The quickest stalemate call that I believe I've ever seen. Referee calls a stalemate, though. We're going to have to stop and put that back on its feet. Not sure what the referee was looking for there, but stalemate requires progress, and there was definitely progress being made. But they're back to work here. Lopez with that deal. He's heading the side cradle by Willem. He's going to try to lock this up. He's got 2 takedown. And we're going to stop here. Looks like we've got blood. 56 seconds to go. Current score 6-2. Coach Jaden Davenport down there right now talking to this referee about that stalemate call. Not trying to be critical here, but not the best call that I've seen. As they clean up the blood time here, current score Jackson Willing of Sapulpa is up 6-2 over Dax Lopez of the Blue Jays. 56 seconds to go in the third. 126-pound matchup has been a good one. Very important duel. I say it every time we wrestle a duel, but this is going to come down to bonus, and bonus is important. Any big win Guthrie can pull here is going to be huge, and any big win Sapulpa can get on bonus is going to matter. Back to action here, 56 seconds to go. Lopez gets to his feet. Willingham doing a good job grinding on top with that little claw ride. Spiral to a claw, now he's digging inside for the bar arm. Lopez has to peel the claw before he can come up, but he comes up, still peeling that claw. Willingham does a good job with that claw. Does the pin switch, step back. Now he's back up again. And Lopez is out for one. He's got to get a takedown. Big double leg for Dax Lopez. 2 more points. He's got 20 seconds to go. He's down 5. He's got to let him go, and he's got to make something happen here. That's 1 point for Willem. Lopez has got 10 seconds to score. He's got to make something happen here. As he runs out of time, Jackson Willem holds on to the win. It's going to be 3 points for the Chieftains as they pull out the win here. Dax Lopez in the third period makes a big comeback. Turns that into a good match. Up next at 132 pounds, Luke Lyons for the Blue Jays is going to take on Jackson Mills from Sapulpa. In on a shot is Mills. Same left side. Luke Lyons does a good job fighting that off as they go out of bounds. 31 seconds to go. Or 31 seconds off the clock, I guess. Still got a minute and a half of wrestling to do in the first period. In again on the same shot. Taps the head. Goes to the near leg. Left side single. Luke Lyons got his leg tucked underneath. Going to have to fight hard here to get his foot back. Mills steps over. He's got both legs now. He's just going to try to climb his way to the top. Curious where that stalemate call is going to come in. Lyons keeps climbing his way up, trying to get himself back to his feet. Doing a good job here fighting this off. Mills working like a dog to try to finish this, but Luke Lyons is doing a good job of fighting this. There's that stalemate call. Mills in deep on 2 shots. Luke Lyons is going to have to try to get in on a shot of his own if he wants to keep Mills off his legs. He's got that underhook. Look for him to pass that and hit that near side again. He's been on that near side leg twice. Be Luke Lyons' right leg. Tap and go is what he did both times. This underhook to a high C is what he's looking for. There it is. Back on that same single again. Luke Lyons with a big shin whizzer. Luke's done pretty well from this position, but this time he's above the knee. That's good for Mills, not so good for Lyons, as he's going to try to climb up here. He's got to keep trying to climb up and shelf this and get to his feet. With 5 seconds left to go, Lyons hopefully can hang on here and run the clock out. As he does, no score in the first period. Luke Lyons hangs on to a 0-0. As we move into the second, it's going to be Sapulpa's call. After a long deliberation with his coach, Mills chooses down. Luke Lyons is going to go top. And we're back to action here. 0-0 first period. It's a little foot trip, tries to get a switch out of it, doesn't work. Luke Lyons stays on top. Now the big crossface. Luke wrestling tough here on top. Gets too high though, leaves his arm hanging over top, and Mills was able to use that arm to get Luke too high to spin around. Now he's in on the leg. He's got Luke's leg. Still technically Luke Lyons is in control. He's going to try to use this now to get some near fall. He's got a crossface. He's got a Turk too. He's got a leg half. Wasn't able to score, but they've been able to stay on top. Did a nice job there scrambling. He's got to make sure he stays behind those arms so that Mills can't get his arms pulled back over. Mills did a clever job there grabbing his hand and pulling it over his head. Luke Lyons grinding away on top here. 45 seconds left to go. Gets high again, though. Mills able to pull him up. Gets an escape. That's going to earn him a point. Luke's going to have to get in on a shot of his own, or Mills is going to get right back on that same shot he's been in all day. Snap down here by Luke Lyons. Good position for him. He's got to get him strung out so he can cut the corner. He's got the head in the hole. He's got the cradle locked up. That's 2 points. Takedown, Luke Lyons. Big takedown for Luke here. 5 seconds to go in the first. That was huge. He got a 1 count. No near fall, but 2 takedown at the end of that period. Big points for Luke Lyons as we go into the third. Luke Lyons of the Guthrie Bluejays leading Jackson Mills of the Sapulpa Chieftains 2-1. Lyons is going to go down, and we're back to action. Super high, but he's got both legs in now. Mills seems awkwardly comfortable up here this high with both legs in. Luke gets bellied out now. Not a good position for him as Mills is going to go to work here with these legs. Now he's got to score if he wants to win, which means he's going to have to be aggressive, which means Luke's going to have to wrestle smart here, trying to tilt, trying to Turk, trying to half. Luke's going to have to try to get these legs out. He's got to quit fighting arms and get his own legs out. He's got to get his knees in front of the legs of Jackson Mills. And right now, Jackson Mills' heels are up near his hips, and we got to get our knees past those heels. Got a cradle hooked up now as Mills, not looking good for Luke Lyons. Luke Lyons is getting turned here. Near fall for sure. It was a 2 count. It's going to be 2 near fall. That puts Jackson Mills up 3-2 over Luke Lyons. Out of bounds we go. 44 seconds left to go. Lyons down by a point now. He's got to get to work. Lyons gets to his feet. He's got him high now. He's got that arm, but he's going to have to keep that other far leg out. Mills is trying to get that far leg out and get that spladle. Now he's got the other leg in. Uphill climb here for Luke Lyons now. Even though Mills looks high, he's got both legs in. That means he's got 2 anchors, and he's working the half. Tough spot for Luke, but if he could swim, he could get out, but he's not in a position to do that now. Down under 10 seconds, Mills somehow pulls this one out with 5 seconds to go. Another win for Sapulpa. Only 3 more on the board, but still, that's 2 matches to none for the Chieftains. It's going to put that team score 6-0 over the Blue Jays. Up next at 138, Clayton Carey for the Blue Jays. taking on Ethan Peterson of the Chieftains. Clayton been doing a nice job wrestling for the Blue Jays as a freshman. Really has turned it on here since Christmas and really stepped up his game. Looks like he's going against an upperclassman here. And Ethan Peterson, just speculation, but he looks older. These middle matchups are so important. Clayton Carey's going to see if he can't get a win on the board for Blue Jays. Both wrestlers feeling each other out here. Hand ties and collar ties. Inside ties. Nobody's committed to anything yet. Both guys just banging and feeling each other out. Clayton Carey, the big underhook now. Look for him to try to score out of this. Pass by attempt to a trip. Out of bounds they go. 25 seconds to go here. Still 0-0. Down under 5 seconds. Looks like both these guys are going to be content to just finish the match here. Both guys hand fighting hard. No one really wanting to commit to anything. A big duel. A lot on the line here. I think both guys are wanting to make sure if they pull the trigger, it matters. It's going to be Sapulpa's choice. Ethan Peterson goes down. Clayton Carey on top. Peterson up to his feet now, trying to get out of bounds. Gets there for a fresh start with 47 seconds left to go. Clayton's got to get him broke down to his belly as Peterson keeps trying to base up. Clayton's too high now, trying for that cradle. Really tried to go for it, got himself in bad position here. Gonna lock it back up to try to, oh, maybe he's got a cradle hooked up. Not in a near fall situation because Peterson's stepping over top trying to get a reversal here. He's behind the legs and he's got a 2-point reversal here on the edge. Ethan Peterson, big 2 points as they go out of bounds. A couple times today we've seen Guthrie getting high out there on those cradles, kind of committing to them when they're not there. We just saw that with Clayton, got a little bit too high. Had the right idea wanting to score points here. But now he finds himself on bottom. He's going to have to get up and get out. He's got a minute to work, which is plenty of time. Quick to his feet. Peterson returns him. Got the inside bar arm now. Grinding hard forward. Clayton's having a hard time getting his head off the mat. Sitting on that ankle, sitting on that hip is Peterson. Now he's got the leg in. All the way crossbody ride now. He's trying for that forearm. He's going to try to put that forearm over his head. If he makes it, there's the spladle. He's got a spladle. Spladle's not a good position to be in for Clayton. Quick 2 count there is going to bring 2 more points for Ethan Peterson. Third period now, 4-0. Ethan Peterson finds himself ahead with a reversal and a near fall in the second period. 0-0 in the first. Now they're back on their feet. And Clayton Carey finds himself down by 4 in the third. He's going to have to make something happen here if he wants to get back in this match. I've said it once, I'll say it often. If there's time on the clock, Clayton Carey can win. He's definitely game, and third period is definitely when he can come on here. But Ethan Peterson not having to commit to anything. I don't expect him to do a lot of wrestling. Just going to wait, see what mistakes he can catch Clayton Carey doing. Straight on shot, too far out a little bit. Peterson staying low, staying boxy, really doing what he needs to do to keep in this match. We got a warning call now against Peterson for stalling, not engaging on any offense. You can get a free one and it doesn't cost you anything. If he gets called again, he'll lose a point. Again, that's not going to cost him the match, though. He's going to have to get called several times for stalling in the next 30 seconds, which is not likely. So Ethan Peterson's just going to do what he can to hang on here. Clayton Carey in on a deep double. It's a little far out. He's got to try to get out of bounds so he can get a fresh start. And he's going to need something bigger than 2 points here. Down by 4, 27 seconds to go. He's going to have to lock something up with 15 seconds to go. Normal takedown's not going to do it. Ethan Peterson's doing a good job of just boxing out here and making something happen. Clayton Carey going for something. Peterson just staying out of everything. Clayton Carey did everything he could there to try to score at the end, but Ethan Peterson picks up another 3 points for the Chieftains. 9-0 team score. Sapulpa Chieftains currently in the lead over the Guthrie Bluejays as we move on to the 144-pound match. Robert Brown for the Blue Jays is going to go out again. Trying to figure out what they're going to do here. Little gamesmanship here by the coaches at 144 pounds. Alex Henderson, I think they were wondering if they were going to try to bump him up to 150 because they don't have a 50-pounder and hope to pick up some more points here. Not the case, though. He had already checked in, so they're going to throw him out there as this match goes underway. Robert Brown for the Blue Jays picked up 2 wins already today. A couple big wins. He's got 2 falls under his belt so far for the Blue Jays. It's going to be a big match against Sapulpa here. Really need to get back on the board. We're down under a minute and 30 seconds here as I try to catch up the clock. Henderson with an inside tie and wrist control. Really both pretty athletic, stout build kids. Similar style. Put together well, though, is Alex Henderson. Working under 20 seconds here. Neither wrestler committed to much. There was a nice attempt by Brown. Hits that nice, just kind of a tricky, lazy outside ankle pick. We've seen it a couple times today already. Almost got it, not quite, but it was something. Much like the last matchup. Nothing really here in the first. 0-0 going into the second period. Sapulpa's going to go down. Alex Henderson on bottom. Robert Brown on top. Henderson right to his feet, goes to a switch, gets right back to his feet again, peeling hands. Locked hands call. Interestingly enough, before they went out of bounds, gets Alex Henderson a point. Now Alex is out. It's going to get him another one. It's going to be 2-0 Alex Henderson over Robert Brown. Brown's going to have to get to work here on his feet, as an escape in the third is not going to tie it for him anymore. That locked hands call was a big deal in such a close match. Really seems content to wrestle out of this overtime. Henderson happy to keep that inside tie. Typically gives you more control, but perhaps Robert Brown's got something crafty he can do out of that overtie, but he's just been overtying all these inside ties. Perhaps he'll try to hit a pass by out of there. But for now, he's going to have to do something with 40 seconds to go. In on a shot. Heavy hips by Alex Henderson. Shut that down quick. With 15 seconds to go, Henderson doesn't seem like he's going to want to try to do anything here. Alex Henderson more than happy to just stand here and wrestle. Robert Brown really needs to push the pace, and he's not doing so. There's another shot at the end, but we go into the third period here. Blue Jays really need to pick up a win. Lost the first three matches, and so far this match not going in favor of Robert Brown. Down by 2. Quick to his feet. Right up and gets one. Now he's going to have to go for a takedown if he wants to get back in this match. Heavy ties, inside ties, big double leg here by Alex Henderson. Gonna need to get a big one here. 2 on the edge, big time by Robert Brown. Goes out of bounds. Very heads up move to stay in bounds and get those 2. Showing why he qualified for that state tournament last year. Very savvy veteran move. Able to pull that off on the edge like that. That was nicely done. Big switch on the Boris whistle. Big switch to his feet. Alex Henderson ties the match. Now he's not going to be as calm as he was before. He was in the lead. Now he's going to have to be a little bit more offensive, as both guys now even on the score. Robert Brown proving he can get him taken down. Nice little scramble sequence there. No one scored, but they're starting to wrestle a little bit here. Getting down to 35 seconds left in the third. Spoke on it earlier, wondering what kind of shape Robert's in. He didn't wrestle first semester. Waiting, moving in. There's a big double leg, big double leg. was given 2 on the edge over here. And an escape. Quick 2, but Guthrie will take it. Quick 2 on the edge and a quick escape. Guthrie will take it happily as finally a call goes in the favor of the Blue Jays. And Robert Brown picks up 3 for the Blue Jays. Get Guthrie on the board. 3-9. Guthrie looks like we're going to bump up Colby Wilder to 150 pounds to take the forfeit. It's going to be 6 more for the Blue Jays. Big 6 points for the Blue Jays. And now we're sitting at 157 pounds. Roston Usselton is going to bump up. And take on Blake Hurt of Sapulpa. Hurt in on a single leg here. Ralston trying to fight here on the edge and not give up 2. He's cutting the cornerback here. He's leaving that lazy leg, though. He's got to get it. He's got to trail that. He's got to get his knee around and try to step over that foot. Or Hurt's going to step over his foot like he just has. Ralston fighting to stay on top, or just stay in it here, not give up 2 on the edge. Not really in a scoring position. Now Ralston in a scoring position, but getting in a bad pickle here. Cradle's caught, scrambles back in bounds for 2. As Hurt picks up a big 2 points there on the edge. Ralston Usselton finds himself down by 2, out of bounds we go. 48 seconds left to go. Ralston warned for stalling there. Chicken wing now by Hurd. Got Ralston trying to run it over. He's got the forearm barred. He's running for that head. Ralston's in trouble here. Going for the near fall. He's definitely got a 2 count. Ralston's got him. He's locked up tight here. Not looking good for Usselton. Ralston able to trap that leg. He's got 5 seconds left to go. Ralston's got to keep fighting down here. Good job by Ralston Usselton. Picking up 3 near fall was Blake Hurt. Did a nice job running that chicken wing. Really trying to pick up 6 for his team. Ralston trying to fight off 6 for his team. Second period, back to work here. Ralston Usselton of the Blue Jays trailing Blake Hurt of the Chieftains. 5-0. Too high in the front. We've seen Sapulpa doing this all night. Guthrie's getting lazy over the top of their arms, and then Sapulpa's grabbing them, poking their head under, and then getting out. Hate to say it, but Sapulpa's doing a good job with that. Ralston able to get his arm back, and now he's back behind the arms where he needs to stay if he wants to stay on top here. Switch attempt, now Gazzoni. Hits that Gazzoni. Referee not sure what he wants to do here. Usselton able to keep a hold of that leg. And 2 points are awarded. Puts Blake Hurt up 7-0 over Roston Usselton. Not quite, but nearly into bonus territory. If he gets up by 8, it'll earn him 14 points. His near fall, just 1 count. Roston really fighting hard here, trying to get back to his belly. Now grabbing arms of his own. Sapulpa's had several of their wrestlers riding legs. We're seeing it again here. Roston does a good job getting his legs out, got his knees in front of the ankles. Now he's able to start building up. With back in, the legs go. Real high is Blake Hurt, but now he's got both legs in, so he should be okay. Roston's got to dig those feet back out. As we run down to 2-1, that's going to be time. As we go into the third period, Roston Usselton 0, Blake Hurt 7. Roston's got to make something happen here. Back to action here in the third. Usselton's on bottom, trying to work himself up. Sapulpa's been pretty crafty on top. They run legs. He's got this reverse hero. If he locks this up, he's got the arm behind the head, and he's going to try to get Roston's arm behind his head. Once he gets that, he'll lay back and pick up a sure near fall. Roston's not in a good spot here, but able to fight that off. Tough as a boot is Roston Usselton. Now he's got to keep digging that leg out, and he's got to come up and not let the legs come back in. Current score 8-0. So it is major decision territory. It'll be a 4-point win for the team. If Roston can't get a reversal here, he can wipe that out. Going for a half. He's really high here. Blake Hurt's very high. Roston's trying to swim up and buck him off. If he can, this could be big. Hard landing there on his own face, willing to sacrifice it. If he goes for the head, he can start trying to trap. Roston's caused plenty of problems from this very position already. We've seen. He's going to try to pull that under and see if he can get it. Referee calls a full Nelson from the under position. 100% not a full Nelson. A full Nelson can only be put in from the top position, not the bottom position. Terrible call by the referee. Referee made a bad call there. Cost Roston a point. It's going to assure the win by major decision. It's going to for sure the major decision victory now for Sapulpa. It's going to be 4. Roston, really the only hope he had there was to pull that under. Did nothing wrong. It was completely legal, 100% legal. Referee just not educated in that area. Coach Jaden Davenport didn't feel it necessary to argue and get a warning or get himself in trouble, but that was not a good call. That's going to be a 4-point. Referee down here now arguing with Jaden Davenport. He honestly thinks he was correct in that call, and he is 100% wrong in his assessment. Referee, he honestly believes he's right. This will be put under review, and this referee will be proven incorrect. Very unfortunate. Didn't change the outcome of the match, but Roston really had one chance there to make something happen, and the referee kind of took that away. Unfortunately, this referee has been struggling all night, been struggling all day. Perhaps a little bit too big of a show for his capacity at the time. Back to action here at 165 pounds. Bryson Hall with a big takedown for the Blue Jays. Going to need a big win out of Bryson here, as he's taking on Trey Henderson of Sapulpa. We've got 2 takedown by Bryson. We've got 1 escape, and now we've got 2 more takedown. That's going to bump the score 4-1 for Bryson Hall. Going to work early here on Trey Henderson. Henderson just clamming up down here on bottom, trying to keep this match close, trying to slow down the progress of Bryson Hall here, who's got a deep inside bar arm. Look for him to try to take this and tilt it or turn it into a chicken wing. He's been good here. Looks like he's trying to put a leg in on the right side. Chooses not to. I think he's going to stick with that bar arm. Coming under 15 seconds now. Hall reaches over. Almost gets too high. He's going to have to try to keep him down here on the edge. 4-1, Bryson Hall. Going into the second period, it's Guthrie's choice. Bryson's going to go down. Trey Hudson is going to be on top here. And we are back to action in the second period. Bryson Hall with a quick stand-up and escape. Been so good on bottom this year. Back in on a shot underneath. Went for a short carry, missed it. Henderson did a good job straightening his arm out and laying those hips heavy. But Hall just relentless here, banging that head, really coming after him, trying to score points. Took the wrist and popped the duck under, didn't score. Henderson did a good job staying off his hands and not falling forward. High C attempt. Outside, cuts the corner. On the edge, does not get the takedown. Arm drag to an outside ankle pick. Nice slick move by Bryson Hall. Picks up 2 more. 7-1 is the score. Hall been dominant this match. It's been all Bryson Hall. Really been grinding hard here. Trey Henderson looks like he's just going to be happy to keep this match close. Perhaps he's too big and strong to get pinned, and that's exactly what Sapulpa needs. As we run down under 38 seconds, Hall digs in that chicken wing. He's done very good with this. He's trying to get the half on the far side. He did pin his last guy with the bar and the chicken wing. Chicken wing's not in deep. Henderson able to get his arm back. Henderson's trying to come to his feet, not able to do so. Down under 5 now in the second. Coming to a close, Bryson Hall is going to end this period up 7-1 over Trey Henderson of Sapulpa. Choice goes to Henderson. He's going to go bottom. Bryson Hall back on top. Coaches really need a big win out of Bryson here. Obviously, he's going to get the major. Well, right now he's just in three-point territory, but a fall is what they would prefer. A tech fall would be second best, major decision third best. Obviously, a win is still a win, but in this duel, we're going to have some big bonus wins and really need Bryson to get one here. But Trey Henderson just seems content to just keep this match close. So Bryson Hall is going to have to go to work and do it the hard way, take down at a time. Minute and 20 to go. Bryson's going to need a couple of takedowns if he's going to want a bonus win. Look for Henderson to just try to block out, hold on, slow things down. As he seems content to lose here, just hopefully not by major. Hall's going to have to get to work and get busy. Big double leg for Bryson Hall. Picks up a takedown. That's one. They're going to have to cut him and get one more if they're going to get the major. It's going to be 1 point. Trey Henderson for the escape. Bryson Hall's got to try to get a takedown here in the next 30 seconds if he wants to secure that major decision victory. 9-3 is the score. Hall with a pass by attempt. Diving in on a double A too far out there. Hits a pass by. Down under 20 seconds. Hall needs to get out of the throws and just pick up a takedown here and get that win. Henderson going for something big here. Bryson Hall, 2 points at the buzzer. Referee called two. Referee called for two. Referee calls for two and then pulls it back off. Referee's going to hold that one off. And Guthrie will not catch a break. They'll pick up 3 points for the win, but not a major decision win, which is what they would have definitely preferred. At 175 pounds, Tyler Gettings for the Blue Jays. Going against Ryan Peterson of Sapulpa. Tyler with a nice takedown there. Hits those ankles, pulls the double, picks up two. Big matchups to come. Guthrie getting back in this duel. They're going to have some big wins coming up. Still got Silvis Maroney, both of the Herendeen brothers. Still to come, all big names for Guthrie, so hopefully enough firepower left in the tank to pick up the win as Tyler Gettings up 2-0 here. Doing work with 45 seconds left to go. Ryan Peterson stuck down here on bottom, trying to post up and come out. Tyler Gettings doing a good job riding that inside wrist. Now he's trying to take the far wrist. Just staying heavy on top here, just kind of clinging on here. Look for him to try to grab that cradle on the far side. Tyler's long, and he's able to pull these cradles kind of from anywhere. But now he's reaching over the front. Sapulpa's been catching that arm a lot and passing it over their head. They've done good with that all night, and Tyler keeps feeding his own arm to Ryan Peterson, and Peterson's able to use that to get away. Peterson's up and up to his feet, runs out of time at the end of the first. As we move into the second period, Tyler Gettings of Guthrie is up 2-0 over Ryan Peterson of Sapulpa. Guthrie's choice. Tyler Gettings goes down. He's set. And we're back to action here. Gettings right to his feet on the whistle. Trying to peel hands, gets the escape. That's going to put him up 3-0 with that extra point earned. Remember, Tyler hit a nice low double leg, like an ankle pick double almost, to get the takedown in the first. Normally when something works, you go right back to it, so we'll see if Tyler can set that up again. Shoots a straight double. Ends up with the single. Almost with an outside dump. Picks up 2 more for the takedown. That's going to put Tyler Gettings up 5-0. As he goes to work here. There's that cradle we were talking about. He's really going to run it this time. Trying to hook that up. But again, Ryan Peterson does a good job grabbing that hand that's going over top of his face. Sapulpa's been catching that overarm all night. It's given Guthrie problems. We're leaving our arm up and they're catching it, and it makes it where we don't have any control. We got to get it back before we can move on. A couple of times they've got an escape out of there as well. So Peterson did a good job catching that arm and stopping the cradle. Tyler now trying to get the crossface far arm. If he gets that and goes for the cradle, he'll be in business. Really working for it here. He's trying to push that elbow forward so that he can catch the elbow with the arm that's across the face. But see how he grabs both hands on that arm that's across the face? Now Tyler's kind of stuck until he gets his arm back, or he's too high where he's at right now. It just makes it difficult to wrestle when the guy grabs your arm like that. So Tyler's got to fidget with that, and he's not able to score because he's trying to fidget his arm back. Ryan Peterson doing a good job grabbing that arm there. As we end the second period, Tyler Gettings up 5-0 over Ryan Peterson. We move into the third. Peterson is going to choose top. Figures he has a better chance there to score points than anywhere. Always makes you nervous when a guy chooses top. It makes you wonder if he's got some kind of a trick or some type of a big move he wants to hit from up there. Kind of out of the match at the moment, but maybe he's got something big he likes to hit. Maybe he can hit that and get back in the match. So Tyler doing a good job trying to tripod up and just get out of here, keep himself out of trouble. Passes that arm by. Ryan Peterson gets too high and falls. Tyler Gettings gets back on top for 2 more points. That's 7-0. I would think the coaches might want to cut him here and try to get another takedown, but he could run the risk of getting taken down to his back or something, so maybe they're just going to run this out here on top. Hope maybe Tyler can get a turn. He's almost had a cradle a couple of times. Looks like he's going to let him go. Let's see if Tyler can get, if he can secure a takedown, he can get the major decision. Tyler standing pretty flat-footed right now. He's got to get some motion going. He can set that shot back up. Starting to move a little bit now. Long arms of Tyler Gettings. His reach is very unassuming. When he's close to you, you don't realize how easily he can get to your legs. Shoots from way far out, but still able to pull in that double leg. On the edge, circles, cuts back in. Trying to settle in here and get the 2. Down under 20 seconds. 2-point takedown. That's going to be a major decision for Gettings.
Keep it down.
9-1 is the score. That's going to be a major decision win for Tyler Gettings. That's 4 more points for the Blue Jays. Going to bump this dual score up. Puts Guthrie in the lead 16-13. As we get to 190 pounds, Wesley Silvas for the Blue Jays. Is going to be taking on Daniel Montgomery. They forgot to start the clock in-house. It's been a struggle here between the referee and the clock. Guthrie really frustrated as a team. 35 is where they're going to start this. As Wesley Silvas takes on Daniel Montgomery. Silvas in on a big double leg here. Transitions over. Big step, 2 points. Does a good job here. Silva's going for the half. Now he's got the legs in. He's got the half on the far side. He's got the near fall. Got the pin. Wesley Silvas gets revenge. Lost that match at state to this very wrestler. Didn't last a minute this time. Wesley Silvas with the fall for the Blue Jays. Picks up 6 more. Current team score 22-13. As Eli Maroney for the Blue Jays. Eli is going to be taking on, I believe, Sequoia Hall of Sapulpa. Sequoia is going to be bumping up from 190. They do not have a 215-pounder, so they're bumping someone up to fill the weight. And congratulations, you get Eli Maroney. They have not started the clock in-house. No clock going yet. Really struggling here in-house to get things going. Eli Maroney with a snap down, go behind. Picks up 2 points. Going to work on top now, going for that half. Since Eli's given me a little bit of time, stellar football career, awesome job in football season this past year. Eli was named Oklahoma Coaches Association All-State Football Team. Eli was a hammer on that defensive end position. We really enjoyed calling his football games. I've enjoyed calling his wrestling matches this season. He's finally healthy out here wrestling like a hammer. Had a great day today, a great weekend last weekend. It's good to see Eli back on the mat. And he's going to work here as we conclude down under 10 seconds in the first period. Eli grinding hard here on top, trying to pick up some bonus points for his team. Looks like it was Sapulpa's choice. They deferred to Eli. Eli goes down. He chooses to go bottom as we start the second period. And we're back to action. Maroney quick to the tripod, sits out, comes right back to his feet. Going to peel the hands, going to escape for 1 point. Back to work he goes on this collar tie. Big and strong, athletic Eli Maroney up here. Really trying to impose his will here. Going to try to wear down Sequoia Hall. Sequoia Hall doing a good job. Did a good job on bottom down there, just staying out of trouble. Very stout, very strong kid. Big double leg. Talk about football. Couldn't have been a better tackle. Eli Maroney picks up 2 more. Now he's getting near fall. He's got to transition to a half if he can catch it. Now he's got the reverse half. This is pinfall territory. Referee's down in position. Eli's trying to pick up the pin. 6 more points for Guthrie. Eli Maroney picks up the fall for the Blue Jays, bumping the team score 28-13. Big time match, big time win for Eli and for the Blue Jays as they start to go out in front in a commanding lead with just 3 or 4 matches left to go. We got Nick Herendeen and Caden Herendeen still to go. We've got a big heavyweight here in Jarrett Hammer. Every bit of 285 pounds. This will be a handful for Nick Herendeen, just the size difference alone. He'll be giving up about 30 pounds going into this matchup, which Nick's speed and athleticism will help him early on, but as the match drags on, carrying around a bigger guy like that, it can wear on the smaller opponent. So if it hangs around late, this match could get interesting. Big guys feeling each other out here. We'll say a lot of times these big heavyweight matchups can get exciting out of nowhere. Approaching the 1 minute mark here. Not a lot of commitment yet. Herendeen trying to stay on the outside. Does not want to get caught underneath that big fella. Jarrett Hammer doing a good job with his hands. Herendeen with a big outside swing single, able to top down Jarrett Hammer and pick up a big 2 points midway through this first period. Big 2 points for Nick Herendeen. And now he's going to work on top. Got the bar arm on one side. He's going to try to run this half now. Again, against a bigger opponent like this, it's going to take some time to just wear him down. And a lot of times in trying to wear down the bigger opponent, you end up wearing yourself down. So Nick's got to be careful here to just take his time, let things play out, not force anything. You don't want to get underneath a bigger opponent. Jarrett clearly knows how to wrestle, and the last thing Nick wants to do is get ahead of himself. He just needs to stay calm and stay in control here on top, finish this period on top, stay in this position, walk into that second period and see if he can score some more points there. Big. Another issue. Having trouble starting the time, having trouble stopping the time. Really struggling here with the home team. Guthrie fans starting to get very frustrated, rightfully so. As we go back for the defeat. Second period starts. Big boys back on their feet again. Herendeen in that first period hit a nice outside swing single. Big, heavy club. Herendeen's got to be careful with that. You can throw a nice club. You get too aggressive, you get yourself in trouble. Not allowed to strike your opponent. So if you get to swinging too hard, too big, there's a snap down, go behind. Snap down anyway. Now he goes behind. 2 more points for Nick Herendeen. Really starting to open up here. Nick's got that bar now. He's trying to pull over that chicken wing. Nick really trying to pick up bonus here. He wants to get that fall. He's pinned his first 2 opponents. Now he's got a 2-on-1 bar. You try to run around out front, see if he can do something there. Not really having any luck turning the big man from this top position, so he's trying to get creative out there. Down under a minute. Herendeen's up 4-0. Jarrett Hammer's doing a good job on bottom, not getting turned. He's big and he's strong. He's doing a good job holding his position well. But Herendeen's just keeping him belly down, flattened out, and really not giving him anywhere to go. Surprised we haven't seen a stall call yet from the bottom guy. Herendeen's letting him up to see if he can get some distance to maybe get underneath there and get something to go. Again, stall call probably long overdue here. Maybe we'll see one before the end of the period. Under 15 seconds. Jarrett really no answer for getting out, really no effort for escape. Herendeen's just doing what he can on top. As this comes to an end, third period starts. Looks like Herendeen's going to go top. In the third. Herendeen going for a tilt. Now he's got the bar arm underneath. We saw him use this 2 matches ago to pick up a fall. He's going to try it again if he can. Hats off to Herendeen doing everything he can to get a turn here. Referee not making Jarrett Hammer wrestle, really. Hammer's just having to lay on bottom and just not get pinned. Herendeen just frustrated with nowhere to go. Starting to get creative, grabbing legs. Not sure what to do from here. Not sure if he knows what he wants to do from here. Just trying to make something happen. Minutes ago, third period, Nick Herendeen really dominated this whole match. 2 takedowns, and takedown in the first, rode it out. Second period, takedown, rode it out. Third period on top, he's riding it out. He's really dominated the entire match from the top. 2 big takedowns and then just dominant control on top. Nice match for Herendeen. Just not able to get Jarrett Hammer rolled over. And in Jarrett Hammer's defense, if the referee's not going to make him wrestle, well, then I guess he'll just lay there and not get turned. He's trying not to get pinned, and I guess that's the job he's trying to do. If he's allowed to do it, he's going to do it. Finally got a warning call from the referee with 20 seconds to go. Herendeen trying to make something happen. But really not having much luck here. As we run down under 5 seconds now, it's all Nick Herendeen at heavyweight. He's going to pick up 3 more points for his Blue Jays. Going to bring the team score up 31 Blue Jays, 13 Chieftains. Chieftains out to a big 13-point lead. They won the first 4 matches and kind of were starting to walk away with a duel. And then as these upper weights approach where Guthrie's lineup kind of gets strong, it's been all Guthrie ever since. Now we're bumping back down to 106 pounds. A little bit of an odd order. They must have drew 4 weights for this order to be in the order that we're in, so we're at 106 pounds. We've got Joel Landry for the Blue Jays is taking on Christian Q of Sapulpa. Q with a nice snap down. Pulls it in, but Joel Landry's trying to get that single leg on the outside. I was impressed with the takedown he got in the last match he had. It was a good takedown, solid wrestling on top. Went for a cradle, just inexperience with the cradle. Got him caught on his back and ended up costing him the match. But, you know, his development here has been pretty nice. He's starting to understand where he's at on the mat, what he's trying to do. An undersized 106-pounder, but really he's done a nice job these last couple of matches putting out a good fight for the Blue Jays. Pass by there by Christian Q. Nice job by him. It was a slick little pass by. Joel Landry came in leaning on that tie too hard. Christian Q sensed that. Just a nice pass by, go behind. Picks him up 2 points. Joel Landry now stuck on bottom with both of his arms barred up. Christian Q going for the front 3-quarter Nelson. He's going to have to keep his head up Landry's going to have to keep his head up and posture out just like he's doing. He did a good job there. Christian Q clearly going for bonus wins here for his team. He knows that they need something big, and that's exactly what he's going for. But Joel Landry now, like a dog on a bone, grabs a hold of that leg, and now trying to get himself a reversal or at least an escape here. But now front three-quarter Nelson by Christian Q, able to stay on top. Now he's got that chicken wing bar arm. Eventful little first period. Little flurries there at the end. Nice job by Joel Landry. Christian Q, nice pass by. Currently leading is Christian Q over Joel Landry 2-0 as we go into the second period of this 106-pound matchup. Back on their feet they go. It was Guthrie's choice. They thought Joel had a good chance here on his feet. He looked good so far today. So he goes back up on his feet, seeing if he can get something. Nice ankle pick attempt there on a low level. Came up a little short, but he was going for it. He's got a good collar tie on the inside. There's a duck under to his back. Nice job by Christian Q. Slick little duck. Tried to catch the elbow, put him on his back. Joel Landry able to scramble out. Could have ended bad, but Landry wise enough to get to his belly there. And now Christian Q trying to pull out this hammerlock. Not able to get it, so he's going to settle for the bar arm. Now he's going for the chicken wing over top. Going back out again on that arm. He's going to try to pull that back to hammerlock. That's where he's got it now. Landry's got to keep moving and get his hips up. Did a good job there, but now got caught in a chicken wing. Christian Q relentless on top, doing a good job, really grinding here on top. Just one option to another, transitioning very well. Very skilled wrestler on top. He's got this chicken wing sucked up tight now. He's got the bar arm on the far side. He's going to try to push that head out with his knee. Now Landry's in trouble here. This is tight, but boy, Landry's flexible. Did such a good job there getting out. Gives up 3 near fall. It's going to bump the score up 7-0 for Sapulpa. You know, really Christian Q impressive on top. He's a good little wrestler. Seems to know exactly what he's doing and doing exactly what he wants. But Joel Landry, flexible on bottom, doing a good job of avoiding these pinfalls. Very crafty. Knowing how to use what he has. Scrambles here. Somehow scrambles out of that. Does give up 2 near fall, but Christian Q, no stranger to scrambles either, was able to just follow with and come back up on top. As we finish out the second period and move on into the third, current score 9-0. Christian Q of Sapulpa currently leads Joel Landry of Guthrie 9-0. Third period, Landry's down. Sapulpa's going to go back on top. Their choice looks like coach from Sapulpa is going to want a fall here. They need points, and they think Christian Q's the guy to do it, as he's proven to be pretty savvy on top here, really wearing down Joel Landry. Landry, though, doing a good job fighting on bottom, being crafty, scrambling. Going to go for this outside cradle now. Landry's grabbing the leg. And now he's got the cradle hooked up. Christian Q's got this cradle, and he gets the fall. That's going to be 6 points for Sapulpa. That's going to bump that team score up 6 more points, with the Chieftains now 19 to Guthrie's 31. Final match of the night. Caden Herendeen. Good news is Caden Herendean's going to finish out this duel, one of Guthrie's best wrestlers. And other good news, no matter what the outcome, Guthrie Bluejays are going to win this duel. And on paper, Sapulpa was the team we had to beat in order to go. We still got one more duel after this, but Sapulpa is going to fall to Guthrie regardless of this match. Herendeen with a nice snap down, go behind. wrestling like he should. As last year's 5A state champion. Now he's going for cradle on the inside. Doing a good job here trying to lock this up. Herendeen with a big cradle here. Big fall by Caden Herendeen. Didn't even give me time to get his graphics set up. Picks up 6 points for the Blue Jays. And that's going to lock this duel down 37-19. Oh, forgive me, folks. We do have one more. We've got one more. I miscounted. We've got a 120-pound matchup with Matt Gyrus. Matt Gyrus of the Blue Jays, 120 pounds. How could I forget one of my favorite newcomers? Matt Gyrus makes the varsity lineup this year at 120 and has really done a fantastic job for the Blue Jays. Not really sure who was going to fill that void. Gyrus decides he was going to make the weight and really has come on strong as a 120-pounder. Really a threat for a state medal this year. He's looking really, really good. In on a low level. We saw him score with this earlier today. Keeping that ankle down. Going to finish up with a big double leg takedown. 2 points, Matt Gyrus. He's going to be wrestling Kevin Pepper. Down under a minute to wrestle here. Matthew Gyrus on top. Got both legs in. Really grinding on top here tough. It's really been fun watching Matt Gyrus just improve over this season alone. He's gotten really, really good with his takedowns. Been tough to take down, and he's actually offensively becoming a threat. On top, he has become not just a scorer, but a pinner. In running legs, these barm halves. Really starting to make a name for himself in 5A as a junior. It's always fun to see these kids kind of emerge from the halls, emerge from really nowhere. No one knows Matt Gyrus' name until this season, and now all of a sudden he's starting to pick up big wins, win a lot of duels. He's going to be a threat come regionals. No doubt about that. 2-0 for Matt Gyrus as we go into the second period. Back on their feet they go. In on a shot here is Kevin Pepper. Here's that defense of Matt Gyrus. Tough one to beat, though. That was a deep double leg by Kevin Pepper. Nice takedown there for him. Gyrus tried to get crafty and pull that head up. Maybe go for a neck whip or something, but Pepper really smelled what he was trying to do. Transitioned off to a double, just got his feet off the mat. Took away all his leverage and was able to make something happen. Now cross-face cradle for Kevin Pepper. Not looking good for Matt Gyrus. Gyrus has got to get long here. Gyrus has got to get long, or Pepper's going to walk this foot up. Gyrus did a good job breaking that lock now. Gyrus kind of stuck down here on bottom. Really did a nice job controlling hands on that cradle. Pepper did a good job catching that cradle, and he had it, just not able to pull it in. Or not able to pull it back because Matt Gyrus was fighting his hands so hard. 58 seconds to go in the second period. Scores 2-2 with a big double leg by Kevin Pepper to tie things up. On the whistle, Pepper able to break him back down to his belly. Now goes for the chicken wing. Kevin really grinding hard here on top. Sapulpa's been good on top all night. They got a tough bunch of kids on top. They run legs, they run these barms, the chicken wings. Well versed. As near fall comes, it was a 3 count. That's going to be good for 2 points if he doesn't keep this and go for more. Jairus trying to build up to his feet. Transitions to the cradle. Now he's got the cradle locked up. Not looking good for Jairus. As he rolls through now for what would be an Imanari roll as he tries to pull this off for a knee bar. But unfortunately for Jairus, it's not jiu-jitsu, it's wrestling. We walk into the third period here. Jairus trails 5-2. That cradle earned Kevin Pepper 3 points near fall. Really a good second period for Kevin Pepper. Had a nice takedown and then just did well on top, just kind of hammering, transitioning back and forth until he finally was able to get some near fall there at the end. Jairus was stuck underneath there on bottom, and now he's got to try to make something happen here on top. Again, Jairus good with these legs on top, and he can turn on top for sure. He's just going to have to get to work here and make it happen. He's got a minute and a half to get 3 points. But there he went. He got caught reaching again. We talked about it. Sapulpa doing a great job on top. When Guthrie's reaching over, oh, he's caught here bad. This is not good. This is not good. He's caught this head. Somehow, Jairus. Crazy 2-point call there. Just basically exchanged 2 for 2 when no one really exchanged anything. Difference in the score remains the same. Just a bunch of added points for no reason. As Jairus now on top is going to have to figure out somehow how to score. But no, Sapulpa, what I was saying earlier, they've done a good job when Guthrie reaches over top. There's a half, and it's a deep half for Jairus. He's got to try to keep that arm. He's just not able to keep his hand in place. But Sapulpa, when Guthrie reaches over in front of that shoulder, Sapulpa just happy to grab the arm, grab the wrist, and then it just makes Guthrie be too high. They're able to pass the hand over their head, and then they just weasel their way out. They've done it all night. They've done a good job of that all night. Pryor was doing it as well. We've seen 2 teams tonight do this that we have not seen do all year. And it looks like this match is going to conclude with Jairus on top. However, behind on the scoreboard. That's going to put 3 more points on the board for Sapulpa. And now at the conclusion of the final matchup, the Guthrie Bluejays win the duel 37-22 over the Sapulpa Chieftains. We're going to take a quick timeout, brought to you by F&M Bank.
Aspen Roofing is a family-owned roofing company with more than 20 years of experience and achievements across Oklahoma. Aspen Roofing takes pride in the personal service we provide on each job, and we strive to maintain the highest level of quality while offering our customers a reasonable price. It is our commitment to help you understand the process of getting a new roof from start to finish. Call Robbie Hudson for a free roofing estimate at 405-562-0026.
Exxon was founded by 2 combat-proven veterans to help businesses grow from mediocre to exceptional. We know from experience that your culture and trust throughout the organization drive superior performance. Most business owners focus on the urgent rather than the important. They are just struggling to survive. The team at Exxon helps owners identify challenges, build solutions, and focus on growth. Do you trust your team? Does your team trust you? If not, we can help. We are Exxon.
All right, folks, we are back live inside of the Chieftain Arena, where the Guthrie Bluejays just defeated the Sapulpa Chieftains in what was a pretty fun duel. Close to start out, Sapulpa takes off to a strong early lead, and then as Guthrie gets to the meat of their lineup, kind of walks away with it again, much like we saw against Pryor earlier today. Now, Guthrie had some big key matchups, but before we get to those, I would like to talk to you about our sponsors our gold member sponsors for the booster clubs, and just give them a quick shout out. Would like to thank Dr. Dawn's Chiropractic Center and just everything Dr. Dawn does, not just for supporting the booster club, but she's with these wrestlers nearly every day of the week, doing what she can to keep them on the mat and keep them healthy, and we really appreciate all of her love and support. We want to thank Carey Electric and especially the Carey family, obviously big Booster Club members, and they do everything they can to just keep these kids fed, keep them on the road, keep them healthy. Just thank you to Carey Electric. Second Banana Media, my good friend Chris Evans, watching from home. Give him a shout out while I'm here. But Second Banana Media, thank you for sponsoring our boosters and helping keep these wrestlers on the road. Would like to also thank our friends at Grace Construction, another good wrestling family, and we appreciate all the support that Grace Construction continues to give our wrestlers. Be Well Acupuncture jumped on board this year, and we are so thankful for all that they're doing to help our booster club grow. Mosquito and Pest Authority, our good friend Ronnie Phillips. We appreciate his wrestling family. All three of his boys wrestlers from our junior high on down through our youth jumped on board this year to help support the boosters, and we really appreciate that. KO Property Development, we want to thank those guys for coming on board this year as well and just helping to support our wrestlers get where they need to get and have what they need to compete. Nelson Monument Company has been a longtime sponsor of our booster club. Asa Nelson and the Nelson boys all wrestle for us. Asa started our Team Guthrie program with Curtis Jarena. We just love that Nelson family and Asa, and thank him for all he's done for all the years and continued on. And then Topco Cabinets and Countertops this year hopped on board. Again, family of wrestlers. Two of their boys wrestle for us, one now at the high school, and I guess grandsons wrestle at the high school and then down at the Little League as well. So we want to thank Topco Cabinets and Countertops for hopping on board. Our gold member sponsors are so pivotal in just helping to feed and supply these boys, help them get gear, just help them to have what they need so that they can travel, help them have what they need so they can just be at their best while they're on the mat. It takes a lot to just not only gear but food. We got to feed these guys everywhere we go, and these boys, after they make weight, can sure put down some food. So we need all the help we can get. If you'd like to help sponsor the boosters, reach out to the Guthrie Booster Club or the Guthrie Wrestling Facebook page, and they will be happy to get you linked in. Any type of help you want to give to our wrestling program, we would love to have you come on board and be a part of what we got going on here in Guthrie. All right, let me hop in here for a recap now of the duel against Sapulpa. Let me check out my notes here, guys. All right, here we go. Started off at 126 pounds were Dax Lopez. I got to think back that far. It was a good match. Dax Lopez in a close match against Jackson Mills, comes down to the wire, ends up losing, but put up a good fight there and had a great match. It was a fun matchup. And Jackson Mills ends up coming out, puts 3 points on the board for the Chieftains. And then at 138, Luke Lyons comes out against Ethan Peterson. Another back-and-forth matchup, but ended up Luke Lyons fell, gave up another 3 for the Chieftains. Alex Henderson at 144 for the Chieftains defeats Clayton Carey in what ended up being down to the wire. It was a one-point match. Clayton Carey was pushing hard, trying to get that final takedown, not able to get it, fell short. And again, they came out on fire. Three matches, just bam, bam, bam. They pick up 3 wins. Guthrie down 9-0, no wins in sight. 144 pounds. Robert Brown for the Blue Jays, the new wrestler for our team. This is his first event to wrestle for us. Ends up picking up a big win, got himself down 3-0, and was able to build back up, get himself back into the match tied, and then picks up a big takedown on the edge at the end to get the win for the Blue Jays. Finally got the Blue Jays on the board, broke that big goose egg, and then from there we started to get to work. 157 pounds, we bumped up Roston Usselton, who ended up going back and forth and ended up getting caught in another cradle on his back and got pinned, so back on the board for Sapulpa. But then in 165, Bryson Hall comes out and does what Bryson Hall does, picks up a big win, just 3 points for the Blue Jays. Trey Henderson did a good job just keeping that match close and not allowing Bryson to do a lot of scoring on bottom. Tryson tried hard at the end to pick up the bonus, just fell short by one takedown. But Bryson has looked so good this year, wrestled so well. Cannot wait till postseason to see how high Bryson Hall finishes on that podium. I got a feeling he's going to be up at the top. Anyway, 175. Senior Tyler Gettings picks up a big win over Ryan Peterson, gets the fall. Tyler looked great tonight. Gets a big takedown, gets 2 or 3 big takedowns, ends up getting the fall. Followed up by Wesley Silvas at 190 pounds. Got a little vengeance from the state tournament last year. He fell to Daniel Montgomery at the state tournament in the first round, and Montgomery didn't make it out of the first minute today. Wesley gets a nice double-leg takedown, puts in the boots, gets the half, gets the fall, as Wesley Silvas does, picks up a big 6 for the Blue Jays, and now the Blue Jays on trap. They're within 2 now as Eli Maroney goes up against Sequoia Hall at 215 pounds, picks up the victory by fall. Nick Herendine at 285 gets another fall no, he does not. He picks up a 4-0 win. And a lackluster match, but 2 big takedowns as Jarrett Hammer did what he could just to stay off his back and save some points for his team. And then we go back up to 106 pounds where Joel Landry doing a good job for the Blue Jays at 106. Wrestled well, but fell short by a fall to Christian Q, who looked very good. Christian Q's a good little wrestler. And then at 113 pounds, Caden Herendine made quick work of Jack Madden. A little bit of a mismatch there. Last year's 5A state champ at 106 got the job done. And that was the duel. Final duel score, 37-22. And as we move on, guys, I'm going to go on pause here, hit some graphics, and we will pick back up for the next match. Fixing to kick it off here, guys. I got a little bit more to do. Colton Stevens is going to come out at 120 for the Blue Jays to kick this duel off. Nice scramble out of bounds there. Elijah Cherry at 120 pounds. Current score 0-0. Getting down under a minute now in the first period. Class 5A dual state will be February 10th at Enid Stride Center. Quarterfinals are going to start at 10 o'clock a.m. and noon, and the semis at 2 o'clock, the finals at 6:30. Guthrie wins this duel here. They will be eligible for that. Chances are pretty good. We're going to see Guthrie make it to dual state again this year. We got to win this duel, but if we do, count on seeing us there. Class 5A dual state, February 10th, Enid Stride Center. Quarterfinals start at 10 and at noon. Semis at 2 o'clock, finals at 6:30. Would love to see you there. If you do not make it, We will be live here on the GNP Network, broadcasting that for you. So stay tuned to that if you can. 0-0 first period. Colton Stevens against Elijah Cherry as we go into the second period. Scoreless first period. Really looking forward to seeing Colton Stevens continue to grow and mature. A lot of upside to this young freshman. Been wrestling his whole life. Put together a good junior career. Did a nice job last year for the junior high. Now as a freshman. Only getting better in the room every day, working hard. Once he grows into those long legs and puts on some size like his daddy has, Colton Stevens is going to be one to watch out for the Blue Jays. Nice escape there. It's going to put Colton on the board 1-0. And a 2-point takedown. Up 3-0. As we're down to near a minute time here. Stevens trying to get a cradle on the far side. Those long arms, he's got it locked up. Cherry's going to have to keep that arm down. He's sitting on his foot, which is keeping his hip in the right spot. But Colton's taking it back. He's able to get it back, not quite. Stevens did a good job just hossing that back. Running down now under 30 seconds to go in the second. Stevens now going to work here on top. Pulling back bar arms. As they go out of bounds. 18 seconds to go in the second period. Colton Stevens out to a 3-point lead over Elijah Cherry. Cherry with a tripod stand-up. Stevens with a crossface. He's got that inside thigh on his spiral ride, trying to push him forward. Keeping weight on his hands so he can't stand up. Pushing with that back foot, doing what he's supposed to do. He's got the bar arm now. And we run out of time in the second. Colton Stevens, big second period. 0-0 in the first, but Colton Stevens gets an escape. A snap down, go behind for 2 more. Takedown. Puts him up 3-0 going into the third period. And now Elijah Cherry picks neutral in the third to see if he can get back in this match. Stevens, though, got to be feeling confident going into this third period. He's already got an escape. He's already rode him an entire period, and he's already got a takedown. Single leg here, high crotch. Stevens with a heavy hip, grabs the ankle, sets him down. Now he's got a head inside cradle. He's got it locked up. This is 2-point takedown. He's going to try to tip this over and get some near fall. He's got to be careful he doesn't go out of bounds here. So he's kind of dancing here, trying to figure out if he wants to steer him back in or what he wants to do with this. He doesn't want to let it go, but he needs to go in the direction of out of bounds in order to score. And so he can't do that. So he's trying to keep a hold of this and somehow maneuver himself back in bounds and make this happen, which makes it a little bit complicated. But now he's in near fall territory. Should be getting near fall here. There's a 3 count. He got a 3 count. That's going to be good for 2 points. They go out of bounds. 2 points near fall for Colton Stevens. That's going to put him up 7-0. Coach Davenport looking for bonus here. He's going to let Elijah Cherry go. See if Colton can get another takedown. Colton's got to be careful. His lead leg and his lead arm, it's been attacked twice. And Elijah's honing in on it again. This underhook to a high C is what he's looking for. Colton did a good job there pulling that arm down and blocking. You just got to be careful reaching. He's got a Russian tie, just a little bit too far out front to do much with it. And now Elijah's got that. Not sure if he's going to try to spin this to his back or what. He's trying something crafty with that arm. He's down, so he's got to try something big as they go out of bounds. That's going to be time. Colton Stevens is going to pick up 3 for the Blue Jays. Nice match there by Colton Stevens. Nice match there, Colton Stevens. Looked great. Like I said earlier, I am so excited to see Colton Stevens continue to develop. He's had a great season, a great career so far. A lot of potential in that young man. Up next, 138 pounds. Clayton Carey for the Blue Jays. Having himself one heck of a freshman campaign. He's going to be taking on Zane Jackson. Jackson in on a deep low level. Got to be careful he doesn't get caught on his back here. Not a good position. Both guys scrambling. Nice adjustment there by Clayton Carey. He gets his arm out and around the arm that was holding him, and he goes out the back door. Now he's got him stacked up. Awkward position, but just savvy, just taking what he can find here. Ends up on top. Zane Jackson's arms are just flexible. Somehow he weasels his way out of that one. What a scramble. That's 5 points for Clayton Carey, who still is technically on top. As he picks up the takedown and the 3 near fall. Now he's trying to come back out on top where he can get some near fall. Not sure why he chose to roll that way, but he's got himself in a neck whip position. Not good for Clayton Carey at all. Still scrambling here, still scrambling. Somehow scrambles out. Nice job. Just a battle of will there. Battle of will by Clayton Carey. His brain told him to roll into it. He should have rolled the other way. Ended up on his back in a neck whip. Scrambled himself out and didn't give up any points, but definitely a curious situation to be in. Coaches down here for Edison arguing they wanted a reversal and some near fall with that little neck whip position. If I'm those coaches, I'm arguing the same thing, although definitely a judgment call. It was definitely a precarious situation. Getting down under 5 seconds here. Clayton Carey tough on top. Looking for this outside cradle. He's got it locked up. He's going to run out of time as we go into the second period. Second period, Clayton Carey goes down. Quick to his feet. Fighting hands here, trying to get a chicken wing from his feet is Zane Jackson. 52 seconds left to go. 8 come off the clock as they go back to reset after stepping out of bounds. Clayton Carey right back to his feet. And for the escape and 1, that's going to put him up 6-0 over Zane Jackson. Out of bounds they go. Underhook here to a high C. Nice job by Clayton Carey. Dumps that down. Did that right. He's got to dig out his right arm on the inside. Get his elbow high for the double. Cuts over, gets it for 2 more. It's going to put him up 8-0 as we get down right about a minute to go here. Clayton Carey going for this cradle bout. Got it at the end of the first. There's that cross face. He's going to catch that elbow if he can pull it under. Now he's got to get the far leg and get it locked, and then he's going to have to run around clear to the other side and stay out of trouble in the meantime. Zane Jackson's hips are high. Now that they're low, Clayton's got a chance here to pull this up. He's got it. He's got to keep pulling. He's got to keep pulling and get it breaking over top of that shoulder. Zane's right arm is kind of blocking. He's got to keep going and push that arm underneath with his knee. His knee that's stuck in there, he's got to pull it. There it is. He should be getting near fall here. Down under 15 seconds. Now we're where we want to be. We're in near fall territory here. That's a 5 count. That's going to be good for 3 points. 3 more points for Clayton Carey is going to put him up 11-0 over Zane Jackson. Choice is going to go to Edison. And so Zane Jackson's going to pick neutral. Underhook here for Clayton Carey. Had a nice underhook to a high C in the last period to score a big takedown. Perhaps he'll go back to that as he hand fights inside. Elbow pass to a nice out. Hits a double leg dump over top of his head. Nice timing for that shot. He felt that one. Very nicely done by Clayton Carey. Slick little takedown there. Right back to the cradle. He locked it up in the first. He scored with it in the second. Now he wants this thing in the third. He's going for 2-on-1 on that cross arm dump underneath. Now back to the cradle. He's kind of going back and forth here. Clayton Carey wants a fall here. He's trying to score points. It's 13-0. We're down under minute and 16. Zane Jackson swam for the leg. Look for him to swim for the head as Clayton gets too high. Carey's too high here. Not a good position for him to be in. Zane Jackson can peek out the top here. Carey's got to let this go and get back behind and get back in control. Hats off to Zane Jackson here, trying to keep in this match. Doing a good job grabbing a hold of that leg, trying to keep himself active so that he can stay in this match. Carey floats back behind now. We're under right around 30 seconds to go. Carey's going to let him go. There's the underhook he wants. Pass by to high C knee pull. He's going to dump him down. Pick up 2 more. Nice takedown for Clayton Carey. Got 15 to go. Going to get 1 point escape. Carey back on the go. Picks up 2 more takedown on the edge. 17-2 is going to be a tech fall. 17-2 is a tech fall. That's basically like a run rule in the sport of wrestling, which means that's going to be good for 5 team points for the Blue Jays as a result of Clayton Carey's technical fall. That's going to put the Blue Jays up 8-0 after the 2 wins. As Colby Wilder now steps out onto the mat for the Blue Jays at 144 pounds. Colby's going to be taking on Caleb Echo Hawk. In on a nice high C. He's got him dumped over. He's got to try to get his head out. His right arm's got to come through. He's in a good spot. But Echo Hawks just got to get a stalemate here. But Colby's going for the fall. Goes up for the neck. Echo Hawks savvy here. Colby known to be a pinner. He'll go for this half out of this. Not sure why that was called. Put his hand on the back of his head like it was a potentially dangerous, but I'm not sure what potential danger was there. We're just going to have to trust the referee saw something he didn't like and didn't want anybody to get hurt. As Colby Wilder picks up 2. He's on top now going to work. Down into a minute to go in the first period. Run that chicken wing a little bit too high. He's got to keep it straight across the back. Referee warned him, but let him keep it. Echo Hawk savvy down there on his back. But now Colby Wilder with a half. Colby Wilder pins with a half. Colby's got a good half, and he knows how to pin with it. He's got it locked up now. Echo Hawk's fighting on his back, but he's got 45 seconds. Wilder's got this locked up for the fall. Colby Wilder picks up 6 points for the Blue Jays. And a big win for Colby Wilder, 144 pounds. Nicely done against a very crafty Caleb Echo Hawk. Up now at 155 pounds. I'm sorry, at 150 pounds. Roston Usselton for the Blue Jays. Taking on Alejandro Tamfez. Alejandro Tamfez. 2-point takedown for Roston. A quick 2-point takedown as we approach the minute and 40 mark. Roston going to work here on top as Alejandro's trying to work himself out of bounds to get a fresh start. Roston turns him back in. He's got double bars. Now he's got the half. The half looks deep. Roston's got the fall here. That's a big pin for Roston Usselton. Nice job staying patient with the underhooks. Caught the opportunity for the half and took it. Picks up 6 more points for the Blue Jays. That's going to put them up 20-0 over the Edison Eagles. Guthrie looking sharp here against the Eagles as they move on to the 157-pound matchup. Roy McComb's going to pick up the forfeit at 157. That's going to put 6 more on the board for the Blue Jays. Wyatt Silvis is going to bump up to 165. It looks like they're going to bump Deandro Hadnett, I believe, is who they've bumped up here to wrestle. Silvis did a nice job there on top. Nice double leg here by Silvis. He saw and went for it, nearly got it. Coming out of this snake situation. Deandro's going to keep distance and then come in on a big shot again. Silvis is going to set his hips. Deandro's going to go big. For some reason, the referee stopped the match. Works out good for Silvis. I believe the arm was trapped from that position. You know, if a wrestler's on bottom and they come up and get their arm trapped, then you got to stop the whistle because it's potentially dangerous. That was a similar situation And I believe that's why he stopped it. We got 35 seconds to go here. Current score 2-1. Hodnett had a big double leg. Nice high C for Wyatt Silvas. He's going to cut the corner here. Picks up 2 points on the edge at the end of the first period. Nice job by Silvas. As they go out of bounds at the end of the first period, Wyatt Silvas pulls out in the lead. Currently up 3-2 over Deandro Hodnett. Silvas' choice, picks bottom, was able to get out in the first, felt like he could get out here again in the second. So he has sit out position, he turns in. Hodnett kind of floating on top here. Getting a little high, going to go for that cradle over top. Silvas has got to be careful. But Silvas sat here before, almost baits him into it, puts him on his back. Wyatt Silvas has got him on his back. He's got a deep half. He's got the leg half. He's pulling the head up. Wyatt Silvas on a big reversal for two. He's going to have near fall here as well. Did not secure the fall, but picks up 3 near fall. Bumping his score up 8-2, and now he's got the half. He's got the half, and he's going for more. Inside barm, he's got the far half. Back on that half again. Silvas has got him wore down and really turning it on now. Keeping control here on top. He's staying on the hips and he's barring these arms up. Got his hand back up on that half again on the other side. Silvas grinding on top now. Down into 32nd territory. Hodnett to his feet. Silvas with a big lift in return. They go out of bounds. 31 seconds on the clock. Coyote Silvas up 8-2. As Hodnett running out of gas. Silvas finding his groove here. Hodnett on a quick tripod, going to try to get away here. Silvas bumps the hips, drops him back down. Hodnett with his head on the mat. Silvas going for the half. He's got the inside bar arms, grinding away on top here. 19 seconds to go. Silvas grinding away on top, really wearing down Hodnett. Look for some big explosion here from Hodnett, but Silvas going to have to lift and return again. Puts him right back down. As time runs out in the second period, Wyatt Coyote Silvas finds himself up 8-2 over Deandro Hodnett. Back on their feet they go, third period. Both of these gentlemen have got a takedown. Silvas was in on a double, finally finished a high crotch. He's going to have to get back on that high C again if he wants to end this period on top. Hodnett's going to have to look for something big. There's that high C. Silvas with a big takedown, lift and return, catches the half. He's got 2 takedown. He's got near fall. He's going to try to finish this up with the half. Hodnett's fighting hard here, but Silvas locking these arms down, going to try to get this fall. Wyatt Silvas with the pin. Picks up 6 points for the Blue Jays. Big win at 165 pounds for Wyatt Coyote Silvas. Big time win for the Blue Jays at 165 as they bump Wyatt Silvas up, and he gets a big win there. Bringing that team score up 32-0. At 175, Tyler Gettings takes Tyler Gettings takes a forfeit. And now we go back to 190 pounds. Wesley Silvas for the Blue Jays, the brother of Wyatt. Wyatt the freshman, Wesley the senior. Wyatt spent half the season trying to get his weight down where he could make varsity so he could wrestle with his brother. And today's the first day they both got to wrestle on the same varsity dual team. Kind of a special moment for both these boys. Silvas with a big 2-point takedown here in the first. He's got the leg in and the half. He's going to roll that over. Probably before we get a chance to put his name on the board, we're going to pick up a fall here for Silvas. That's 4 matches for Wesley Silvas today. That is 4 pins for Wesley Silvas today. Has not seen the second period all day long. 6 more points for the Blue Jays. As that bumps Guthrie up 44-0 over the Eagles. As now we go out at 215 pounds. Tyler Powell, big win down in Tuttle a few weeks ago. Got Wrestler of the Night in his 215-pound debut. He's going to fill in for Tyler Gettings here against Edison and see how he can fare here against Jimmy Santana. Nice high crotch attempt here by Tyler as they go out of bounds. Minute and 26 seconds still on the clock. Tyler, really a fun kid to root for. Every time he comes out, he's got a new little wrinkle. As a new wrestler coming in off the football team, picks up stuff every day in the room. Full of effort, full of class, and full of hard work. Picks up a nice high crotch. 2-point takedown. He's getting a little high here as he gets rolled over to his back. That's going to be 2-point reversal for Jimmy Santana. Santana's going to pick up near fall, and then he gets the pin. Nice job, Tyler Powell. With a takedown, got a little bit too overzealous there. New wrestler, that will happen. Jimmy Santana picks up the fall to get Edison on the board. It's going to be 6 points for Edison. 44-6 the team score as we go into the heavyweight matchup. Now don't forget, we've got 3 more matches after this. We started at 120. Landon Gilbert's going to wrestle here for the Blue Jays. Filling in for Nick Herendeen. Nice takedown to his back. He just got an underhook and whipped him over. Landon Gilbert's going to put this in for the fall before I can get his name on the board. Nice job, Landon Gilbert. He's going to pick up 6 more points for the Blue Jays. $50-6 so far for the Blue Jays as we go back down to 106 pounds. Joel Landry, who's had a couple really good matches so far today, is going to be taking on Elijah Cherry. Two-point takedown there for Elijah Cherry. Cherry for a big lateral drop here. Joel Landry Proven to be good off his back here. Flexible, fights hard. Got the single leg pulled up. Landry fighting to get back to his base. Gave up one near fall, not going to earn him any points. He tries to wrestle now. Cherry's trying to bring him back inside of the center of the mat. Going to roll through here on the cheap tilt. Awkwardly quick pin there by the referee. Perhaps he saw the pin before he could get down and slap the mat. That's going to do it for that matchup. 6 more points on the board for the Eagles. As we get to the 113-pound matchup. Guthrie's Caden Herendeen going to take on Zane Jackson for the Eagles. Takedown 2 for Caden Herendeen. It's going to be 1 escape as they go out of bounds here with minute 42 left on the clock. Herendeen on another shot. Pass by attempt. Jackson able to weasel out of that. Herendeen with another pass by. Pass by of his own, little arm drag. Jackson proven to be game. He's going to stay in there and wrestle. Herendeen with a nice low level on the whistle, comes out the back door. Jackson still got a hold of his ankle. Proven to be crafty here. He's going to try to roll through and scramble. Herendeen's going to catch the head, kind of in an inverted cradle here. Herendeen just trying to be patient through an awkward situation, but Zane Jackson, quite the scrambler. Staying long, catching ankles, rolling through, making it difficult. Double ankle low level shot here by Herendeen. In on a deep shot, gets the 2 takedown. Jackson's got to let go and belly back out. Herendeen now puts a leg in as we get down under 20 seconds to go in the first. Caden Herendeen's leading Zane Jackson 4-0. Jackson's trying to come out the back door. Herendeen floats across the top, now puts in a head and side cradle. Going to try to pick up some near fall before the end of the period, but doesn't look like he's going to get it. Jackson crafty down bottom. Just a 1 count so far. Time ran out before any more points awarded. Going to finish the period 4-1. Caden Herendeen of the Blue Jays over Zane Jackson of the Eagles. Second period, Guthrie's choice. Herendeen goes down. Herendeen quick to his feet. Peels hand, gets away. Jackson in on a shot this time. Gets a takedown of his own. That's 2 points. Herendeen with a quick escape. With a takedown of his own. They're going to call that out of bounds and no 2. Ran out of real estate. Fireman's carried to a dump. Caden Herendeen fast and slick with that, but man, Zane Jackson making it very difficult to get takedowns. Very crafty, uses his length very well. Very good defensively. Trying to peek out the backside. Now near fall for Caden Herendeen. Not sure how many were counted, just a 4 count, so he's holding up 2. It's going to be 2 points more for Herendeen. Got him at 10-3. One-point escape for Jackson. Herning just washes him over to his back. Jackson looks a little deflated here. Sort of just got ran over deflated. I'm not sure if he's injured or if he's just done, but that's going to sum up the match there. As Caden Herning picks up a fall for the Blue Jays. It's going to be 6 more for Guthrie. 56-12 on the duel so far. And I believe, folks, that is a wrap. Nope. We got one more match. I keep forgetting Matt Jairus. I keep thinking we're starting at 26, and I keep thinking we're starting at 120. So Matt Jairus for the Blue Jays. Going to be wrestling at 120 pounds for us. Looks like Matt's going to be wrestling Raymond Melahajo. Nice outside low-level single again for Jairus. He's hit that 3 or 4 times today. And it looks good every time he does it. It's going to be takedown 2 for Matt Jairus as we're approaching 1 minute in the minutes go in the first here. Raymond stuck down here on bottom. No offense to Mr. Raymond, but either I've got his last name spelled incorrectly or I can't pronounce it correctly. So I'm just going to call him Raymond out of respect. As Matt Jairus currently leading 2-0 with 41 seconds left to go in the first period. Back to work on top, Matt Jairus. Breaks him down, gets a leg in. Trying to hang on. Here's Jairus and drag him back down, and he does. Raymond's doing a good job trying to fight back to his feet, but now his arm is trapped. Jairus on top here. Going to try to basically just do a little trapped arm tilt if he can get it. Kind of taking what he has and seeing if he can score with it. He's doing a good job down here. Looks like we're going to just ride the clock out where it's at. In the period on top. Second period, Matt Jairus leads Raymond of Edison. Jairus going to pick neutral. See if he can get back to work on one of his offensive shots. Raymond staying busy with his hands. It's a fake shot in. Jairus now with the arm drag. Arm drag, snap down, catches the far arm. That was a slick catch. Jairus has got both arms twisted up now, and Raymond's in trouble. That's a fall for Matt Jairus as he picks up 6 more points for the Blue Jays. Bumping that final team score 62 for the Guthrie Blue Jays over 12 points of the Edison Eagles. And folks, we got one more match. Still to go, Dax Lopez at 126. Lopez sprawls hard here, trying to cut the corner and get behind. Edison wrestler really trying hard to get this single leg. Lopez now got the ankle. He stepped over. Kind of trying to force that 2-point call, but there it is. 2 points for Dax Lopez. James Hubaro for Edison. Lopez grinding hard here on top. Heavy on that left-handed club, trying to get that power half. He's been working that hard all day today. Back on the club again. Back on that wrist. It's that bar arm wrist ride. So difficult to base up when somebody's grinding on a wrist like that. And Dax is doing a good job of just keeping that pressure on that wrist. Grinding it forward. Coming in big here now, trying to pick up that leg. I don't know if he's going to try to put his own leg in or just break him back down. Got him broke back down. Lopez trying to push that elbow forward so maybe he can get a half. Hubaro basing back up, but just stuck down here. There's the half Dax has been looking for. There's been a 2 count. He's going to get near fall here. Not sure how many. Did he get a 5 count? He got a 5 count. That's going to be 3 more points near fall for Dax Lopez right at the end of the first period. Discussion here between the referee, wrestlers, and coaches trying to decide whose ankle band is what. Wrestlers were wearing the wrong ankle bands, therefore the score is correct. They just had it for the wrong team. Trying to figure that out here. Sapulpa been struggling a little bit here, trying to keep things organized on the score clocks today. Looks like they're going to get that ironed out as Dax Lopez gets to his feet. Going to peel those hands. Hubaro trying to get him broke back down, but Lopez really doing things right here on his feet so far. Staying low, staying heavy. Eventually gets away. 6-0, Dax Lopez in on a high crotch right away. Cuts to a double, picks up 2 more takedown. Very nicely done there, Dax Lopez. Up 8-0 in bonus territory. Now got the half, rolled it over for the fall. Dax Lopez, 6 more for the Blue Jays. 68-12. Now, once and for all, that is the final score. Guthrie topples the Edison Eagles 68-12. After this short break, we'll come back and do a recap. And we'll be right back after this break, brought to you by F&M Bank.
At Terry Insure Group, you'll be helped by lifelong Blue Jay fans. Seth Robbins, Jason Herzl, and Dennis Oakes aren't limited to any single provider. We'll work with you to find the carrier and the plan that fits you best. Terry Insure Group is an independent insurance agency specializing in home, auto, and commercial lines of insurance. Call Terry Insure Group at 405-293-4880 or stop by at 622 South Division or visit them online at tigok.com. Terry Insure Group, insuring your world.
Tina and Stefan and the entire staff, they are who you see them be. I mean, they're genuine people. They care about people. They've spent their entire lives in healthcare.
I can honestly say I'm 65 years old, and I'm probably in the best health I've been in my whole life, to be honest with you. And it's thanks to Stefan and his staff here, because everything they've done for me is just worked tremendously.
I just highly recommend Strive to anybody who's wanting to see a real improvement in their overall health, to be quite frank, their quality of life.
Back from commercial break here, guys. As the Blue Jays line up for a team pick here. Winning the district duels in pretty dominant fashion. A couple of the duels got interesting early, but Guthrie ran away with it there at the end, as the Blue Jays really look strong today in these district duels. Coach Jaden Davenport smiling like he's happy with the result. I even see a smile on the face of Jeremy Davenport, so it must be a good day for the Blue Jays. Boys wrestled well today. A lot of good things to come out of this. We will recap things after these boys take a picture, but would like to just talk about this last duel. Not going to dwell too much on it. Edison outmatched by Guthrie for sure. Big wins by most of the guys. Even some of our newer, younger guys did a good job getting in the lineup, picking up some big wins. So that was nice. But really ran away with that last duel. Pryor gave us some big scares early on, and then as did Sapulpa early on as well. But really the meat of the lineup for the Blue Jays was the story. As the Blue Jays, they get 165 up, and things start to get tough for opponents. Unless you match up well with the Blue Jays there, it's a tough lineup, 65 up for the Blue Jays. And then obviously when we spin back around and go back down to catch Caden Herendeen, there's some meat in that lineup. Matt Jairus as well at 20. So it was a big day for the Blue Jays. Really showed how good of a dual team we have. Not always had the best dual team. Last year had a good team. Came up short in the district duels to now 6A Piedmont. Came up short in that duel, but this year definitely ran away with this tournament. Each matchup, pretty dominant fashion wins. I'm going to take one more short break as I do a recap. I'm going to see if I can go and catch Coach Davenport and get an interview with him. If not, I will just close things out here. I appreciate all you guys for checking in with us here. Hope the duels were entertaining for you. It was a good night. We'll take one more quick timeout, and then we'll bring it in for a recap. And break brought to you by F&M Bank.
When garage door problems occur, don't call a kind of service company or maybe a repair guy. Call Paul Creed at A-Team Overhead Door. Paul owns and operates his company and has over 15 years of experience in residential and commercial overhead door service. Paul provides all garage door services from repairs to installations. With free estimates, Paul will work with you to decide the best possible solution for your garage door or opener problems. Call A-Team Overhead Door today, 405-642-7065. At South Point Baptist Church, we want you to cheer loud and be proud as we send the Blue Jays to victory. Afterwards, join us each Sunday in our friendly family atmosphere. South Point invites you, your family, and friends to join us each week with Sunday school beginning at 10 a.m. and our morning service at 11 a.m. South Point wishes all students this season to make fun and exciting memories not only on the playing field, but in the classroom as well. And as always, go Blue Jays!
Guys, I am live here. Head coach Jaden Davenport. Coach, big duel, big series of duels. Really, Sapulpa was going to be the big one. They come out front. But what's your overall thoughts of the duels and how it went?
I'm really happy. Our guys wrestled to our potential, and they wrestled with a purpose. We've been looking for this all year, the kind of guys that come out and competed today. That's the ones we've been searching for all year since the beginning. I knew the potential that we had, and our guys came out and just really was wrestling to prove a point and with a purpose, and that's all they did. They came out and had a chip on their shoulder, and I think everyone saw that today. They're in the Pryor duel and in the Sapulpa duel. They have great squads. They're very rich in wrestling history. So, coming out and being able to take on those two squads and beat them with a pretty decently point margin is very good, and that's all credits to our guys in the competition. Not really the competition, just the will to go win. That's what I'm looking for, the will to go win. I'm just really happy right now. I'm ecstatic. Kudos to Bishop Kelley and Edison. This is a great day, and it's a good day to be a Blue Jay.
So you had, some of the duels started off. They were close duels. Pryor came out early, obviously had a tough team, and then Sapulpa did the same thing. But really, once you got into that meat of your lineup, you had your Bryson Halls, you had your, Bryson gets a major every win. Tyler comes in, gets a couple bonus wins. Silvas pins everyone in the first period, all 4 matches. Eli Maroney looked as good as he's looked all year. Bonus wins, pins everyone. Nick Herendeen. We get to that meat of the lineup. Is that where you find confidence, even if we're down?
Oh, yeah, 100%. I always tell these guys, teams are going to have to beat us by 30+ by the time they get to 65 to go beat us, because that is where our heart of our lineup is. But don't get me wrong, we are solid, even 65 and below. We're young guys, but you can see today, Sapulpa's best lineup is 20 to 157, and we came out of that thing tied, I think 9-9, 14-9, and you do that, it's very hard to come back and beat us because our top of the lineup is the heart and soul of this team, and I think it really showed today.
Well, Coach, now I guess we're officially now in the postseason as we move on. Kind of the meat of all the hard grinding schedule is over. What are we looking forward to moving up next? Here in a couple of weeks, we've got district duel, I guess the dual state, and then we go into regionals.
Yeah, so it's officially postseason now. We have Blanchard tomorrow. Going to go out there and wrestle and get good mat time and just work on things and just just keep on getting better. But we're going into postseason play, and now it's just getting these guys, fine-tuning our technique, building on our shape a little bit more, and then just going out and getting healthy. That's really the key thing. We got to be healthy and ready to compete and make sure that we're feeling good on all levels. And right now we just got to fix the little bitty things. A lot of the things that's cost us in some of these matches aren't because they are a lot better than us. It is little bitty mistakes that we're making, and every single day we improve on that and we get better and better. So I'm really happy, and we're sitting in a good spot, and we're just going to keep on building on it and get ready for dual state and regionals and state.
All right, well, Coach, that's all I got for you. Congratulations. Thank you. Big win for you guys today, and
go Blue Jays.
All right, guys, we'll take a short break, and we'll be back to you after this, brought to you by F&M Bank.
When garage door problems occur, don't call a kind of service company or maybe a repair guy. Call Paul Creed at A-Team Overhead Door. Paul owns and operates his company and has over 15 years of experience in residential and commercial overhead door service. Paul provides all garage door services from repairs to installations. With free estimates, Paul will work with you to decide the best possible solution for your garage door or opener problems. Call A-Team Overhead Door today, 405-642-7065. At South Point Baptist Church, we want you to cheer loud and be proud as we send the Blue Jays to victory. Afterwards, join us each Sunday in our friendly family atmosphere. South Point invites you, your family, and friends to join us each week with Sunday school beginning at 10 a.m. and our morning service at 11 a.m. South Point wishes all students this season to make fun and exciting memories not only on the playing field, but in the classroom as well. And as always, go Blue Jays! When garage door problems occur, don't call a kind of service company or maybe a repair guy. Call Paul Creed at A-Team Overhead Door. Paul owns and operates his company.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back dealing with some technical difficulties. I'm getting a little rusty here behind the computer. Without my good friend Chris Evans to do the producing, I get a little bit confused sometimes. But want to give a shout out to Chris Evans for helping put all these graphics and stuff together for GMP. I had a little bit of trouble earlier today, and he did a good job helping me fix all that so we could bring a good show to you guys. Just want to thank everyone for tuning in as well. Just want to remind you, after winning the duels today, district duels, Guthrie comes out ahead, wins all 4 duels in dominant fashion. That's going to put them in the 5A Dual State Class Championship, and that's going to be February 10th at Enid Stride Center. Quarterfinals are going to start at 10 o'clock and noon. Semis are going to be at 2, and finals are going to be at 6. We will be broadcasting that live for you here on GMP Network. If you can make it out to Enid, that would be awesome as well. Either way, support your Blue Jays, and that would be awesome. Just overall recap of the night. Again, a lot of good things out of a lot of these kids. I was so impressed. I'll go down the line of Joel Landry. Had a lot of success. He got a couple good takedowns today. He was fighting off of bad positions really well. It's like he's learning to be aware of where he is, and that's been so awesome to watch, just this young Joel Landry wrestle. So I've been impressed with him, and I'm excited to see where he gets. Going to have to get a little size on him, only 100-pound. Only weighs 100 pounds, wrestling at 106. So got to get some meat on him as he ages and gets older. That should only help him. 113, Caden Herendine. Really didn't get to see Caden in any tough matches today. Obviously, it's going to take quite the wrestler to push Caden, but he came out and did what he does, and that's just dominate. Every match he wrestled today just dominated, did a great job. Caden's speed, his experience, his overall ability. There's a reason he's returning state champion. Looked great today as well. Matt Jairus just continues to build, continues to get better. Really went 3-1 today and looked great doing it. Really, the match that he lost was in that match, just got caught in a cradle at the end of the second period, and that really made the difference in the match. It would have been 2-2 otherwise, so that near fall kind of cost him. But stuff he can learn from, just positional stuff, and he'll be right back in the saddle. But Matt Jairus, I am excited to see where he goes here in the postseason. Dax Lopez had another big day as well. Dominated the only match he lost, got caught at the end. He was up 12-2 and got caught at the end. Just heartbreaking loss, but really dominated all the rest of the matches today, and that was nice. You know, Dax, postseason Dax is going to be fun. At 126, he is a hammer, and he is going to do good things for the Blue Jays. 132, Luke Lyons looked great today. Had a couple tough matchups, but looked good. He's getting busy with his hands. He started to take shots, and I like that for Luke. I hope Luke continues to stay busy and get off on his shots. Still letting guys get in on his legs. He's so good defensively, I think he gets too comfortable there sometimes. He's able to score there, and it's working for him, but still, you know, beat better guys, we're going to have to be able to get in on them. And so Luke, busy with his hands. If he continues to just work that head, it's going to end up turning into points offensively. So we like that. Colton Stevens wrestled also at 132 in the last matchup. Looked great. Picked up a fall for the Blue Jays. Freshman Colton Stevens looked so good. 138, Clayton Carey picked up, I think Clayton went 2-2, or maybe he just went 1-1. Maybe he picked up a couple forfeits. But I know he did win one. He did lose a big match there against Pryor. But against a good kid, a good upperclassman. But Clayton, obviously, I'm just a fan of his. He wrestles so tough for a freshman. Shouldn't be as good as he is at this age, but looking great. 144, Robert Brown made his debut for the Blue Jays today and picked up 3 wins for the Blue Jays today. 2 pins and then a big, not an overtime win, but I keep pointing over here. That's the mat he was wrestling on. My brain's going to there. But anyway, there at the end of that matchup, he was down by 3 going into the third, gets away, gets a takedown, ends up tying the score up, and then ends up getting a big takedown on the edge as time runs out to get another win. And then also 144, Colby Wilder picks up a big dub, gets a pin off of just a couple takedowns and ends up getting himself a pin. Colby Wilder's wrestling great this year. So 144, we are stacked now at that weight. 150, Roston Usselton. Roston had a rough outing today, but Roston did pick up a win in his final match as we bumped him up to kind of fill some spots. But Roston also wrestling some tough kids. So hats off to Roston, wrestling well this season. I need to see more of that from him in the postseason as well. Bumping up to 157, Roma Cone picked up a big win, got took down in the first, ends up getting reversal in the second, goes on top in the second. Gets a reverse in the first, gets a takedown in the first, then gets a reversal in the first, then in the second period gets himself on top of the chicken wing and picks up a big fall. You can see in the excitement in that pin, just the way he kind of just let it out, just a lot of he's been needing a win for a while. That was a bigger kid, and that was a big win. I'm so happy for Rowan, and the way he just pulled out that big victory. Wyatt Silvas went 1-1 today with a big win in that last match against a bigger opponent. Bumped him up to 65, and Wyatt picks up got took down big, stayed in the match, ends up getting a takedown of his own, ends up getting a turn, ends up turning him again for the fall in a big match for Wyatt Silvas. So that was a nice weekend for him as well. 165, Bryson Hall. As good as they come. Bryson wrestling as hard as he wrestles. Takedowns on everybody, turning everybody, gets bonus wins for the team. Last match was not able to pick up bonus. Just had a kid that was just good enough to stay off his back and make it hard for Bryson to get a bonus. So Bryson finally ends up trying to get takedowns in the third to get a bonus win, and just came short there right at the end. Didn't get the 2 takedowns. So fell short of a bonus, but dominated every match he wrestled. No one came close to scoring a point on Bryson today. Tyler Gettings at 175. Ends up, I think he went 3-1 today. Well, he went 2-1. He ended up getting a forfeit in one of the matches. But Tyler looked good in the loss he had, did a lot of good things. And in the win he had, ends up getting thrown in a snake and then rolls back over and gets a fall. Just exciting as he always is. Tyler Gettings took 5th last week in the big tournament over in Yukon and looked good today as well. So we're happy for him. Wesley Silvas, as dominant at 190 as you can get, goes out and gets 4 matches, 4 takedowns, 4 pins, all in the first period. So not a lot of mat time today, but a lot of dominance. Wesley Silvas just, again, classic Silvas wrestling. Takes time, sets up his takedown, puts a leg in, gets the half hooked up, gets the job done. So nice job, Wesley Silvas at 190. 215, it was good to see Eli Maroney back on the mat. He has looked sharp as ever, looking healthy again finally. So he is wrestling solid. Picks up First two matches, I didn't even have time to put his name on the board as he hit the fireman's carry dump to the back to the fall, and then that last period, or that last duel, picks up another fall against Sapulpa for the Blue Jays to get a big bonus win. And then Tyler Powell wrestled the last duel for us against Edison, and Tyler Powell gets a nice takedown and then ends up getting caught. He gets a nice takedown, and then he goes for a pin, and out of the pin ends up getting caught on his back. So unfortunately didn't win the match, but Tyler wrestled well, looked good. I was proud of him, did a good job. And then 285, Nick Herendine had a dominant had a dominant day as well. Picks up three dominant wins, 2 pins, and the big heavyweight from Sapulpa picks up a dominant 4-0 victory. Got 2 big takedowns, just couldn't get that big boy turn, but Nick dominated that entire match, never came close to giving up any points. And then Landon Gilbert in the final match of the evening for heavyweights, he ends up picking up sort of like a snake, but kind of just an underhook, just throws it by, whips him over to his back, gets a big pin. So he went 1-0 today as well. That was nice to see for him. I'm glad he picked up a big victory. But overall, awesome night for the duel. Awesome night for the Blue Jays at these district duels. It was nice to be on the winning end this year. As like I say, we fell to Piedmont last year, but this year coming out on top of Sapulpa was going to be the big one. I think Sapulpa was the one we were going to need to win big, and we did. And so we were able to pick that up and win the duel. So that was very awesome to see. Just going back through my notes here. Want to give one more time just a shout out to our sponsors at Bank First and F&M Bank and North Church of Guthrie, John Vance Motors, and Generation Church. Guys, these sponsors make these broadcasts possible, and we're just trying to give them a shout out and just thank them on air. Terra Insurance Group, Aspen Roofing, our friends down at Exon and Strive Wellness Lounge, our good friends at South Point Baptist, and my good friend Paul Creed over at A-Team Overhead Doors. Again, they make this broadcast possible, and we just want to give them as much love as we can on air and just thank them for making this possible. If you see those guys out in the community, they're always out. They're always doing good things for the community. Just thank them for making this possible so that you can watch it from home and not have to drive all the way out here to Tulsa for this duel. It also makes it possible so I can come out here and enjoy doing this for you. So just want to give one last shout out to all our sponsors as well on the as far as our boosters: Dr. Dawn and Carey Electric, Second Banana Media, Grace Construction, Be Well Acupuncture, Mosquito Pest Authority, KO Property Development, Nelson Monument Company, and Topco Cabinets and Countertops. Again, those guys make it possible for our boosters to function so that our wrestlers can eat, so they can travel, so they can have the gear they need. It takes a lot to be successful in this sport, and it takes a lot of support. And that is our support staff for sure. We want to thank all of our sponsors one last time. Guys, for me, in this post-game show, I'm going to check out so that I can get home, hopefully beat the dark, dreary rain, and grab a bite to eat. And I will see you guys back in, Lindsay, where are we at tomorrow? Blanchard. We're in Blanchard tomorrow. I want to give another special thanks to my beautiful camera girl, Lindsay Silvis, best-looking camera girl in the business, and she does a good job on the camera as well. Sorry, I'm biased. It's my wife, but, But anyway, we are traveling as a duo the last couple of times, and I really appreciate having her on the camera. She does a good job there. Just, again, want to welcome you guys. We will be in Blanchard tomorrow. GMP is going to be doing live broadcast if you can't make it out. And if you can, we'll see you there. And one last time, just want to say thanks for watching, and go Blue Jays.